la, 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 Welcome to the Freedom Forum, motherfuckers. Oh, by the way, just so as we're clear, all I've got to say to you, Screwtube, get some. I know that there's a bunch of other people who are live streaming right now, and nobody's got the time to do back and forth bouncing, so I don't give a fuck. Y'all have a good fucking time. Those who want to come in and hang out, by all means, do so. Welcome to the Freedom Forum. Say what you want to say, do what you want to do, just so long as you are not breaking the 4 rules of trust. No porn bombing. No bullying the chat. No spamming the chat. No disrespecting the panel. Only fucking rules you need to worry about. Have a good time. Say what the fuck you want to say. Do what you want to do. It's all good here. And them's the rules. Welcome to the Freedom Forum, ladies and gentlemen. I will be your host for this evening. I am ye old guardsman. Have fun. It could be worse. William Ty. How you doing, brother? Good to see you. Welcome to the Freedom Forum. So, stuff I've got to do today. Freedom! What's up, Garrett? Good to see you. Hey, you cuz. Master catalog from Dixie Gun Works and paid extra for the shipping so UPS will deliver it by January 25th. Well, I appreciate you, cuz. Thank you. You know, I don't always have the interwebs, but sometimes when I don't have the interwebs, I have cash, so that might help. Yep. Okay. We get up to all sorts of fucking hijinks on this channel. About the only thing I don't tolerate is somebody being a troll. Where is it? I know it's here. I fucking listened to it earlier. I'm always listening to that song. I love that song. Is it? It's not here. Son of a bitch! Swear to God, man. Some of this shit. It's like, really? Okay, well, then the quick and easy of it is. There it is. That's all, folks. That's pretty funny. So, ladies and gentlemen, I just wanted to go ahead and put this out there. This is a band that does not need me to sit there and tout them, but y'all know them, and most of you love their music. I love their music. It's actually part of the inspiration for who the fuck I am and how the fuck I am. So thank you very much, and welcome to the Pride. Um, this is Judgment Day by Five Finger Death Punch. Love, love, love. Right. Better? Damned if I fail. God damn you all to hell. Okay. Yeah, they can't predict the weather any more than you could predict what the fuck I'm gonna do next. Just pointing that out. Um I mean, yeah, kind of, sort of, a little bit, but you can't really predict the weather, what it's actually going to do. You could say, this is going to happen, and there's a good chance of it doing this. So it's going to rain, and there's a good chance of it being 2 or 3 inches of rain. So then you say in your mind, okay, well, these puss nuts don't know fuck all. So either it's going to be 8 inches of rain or it's going to be a half a millimeter. Way to go, guys. Oh, and in case y'all ever wondered why I put my fucking shoes on the right foot first, it's so that in case I have to shove my foot up somebody's ass, I don't get freaking shit caught in my toes. Yeah. I'm sure I've told you all this, but it's still one of those things I've got to put out there. I may be ambidextrous, but I am right side dominant. Trip out on that shit. Right side dominant ambidextrous. That means in a fight, I can fight left handed or right handed, southpaw or conventional standard. But there is nothing about my style that hits as hard as my right foot. I've gotten into fights with people and I've been told, dude, whatever you do, please don't ever kick me again. I'm like, okay. We ever get into a fight, I'm gonna kick you again. But yeah. Don't kick me, please. That's the thing. When you get into a fight with somebody, you cannot dictate what they are going to do to you. You can basically only dictate how effective that is. And barely at that. Yeah. Look at the weather. It's all because of the global warming. You know, I don't know about y'all, but where I'm at, I'm not wearing a pair of shorts and a fucking, a visor and sipping on a pina colada. I mean, I wouldn't be sipping on a pina colada anyways, but I mean, if I ever was sipping on a pina colada, you guys would catch me dead doing it because I'm allergic to pineapple. The shit that fucking, I think the shit that I remember, thanks to people like Bonnie and, you know, just the live streams that we're all on and whatnot, shit in life that spurs the memory. Yeah, God, I love that shit. Good old strong boots and bootlaces, can't beat them. Okay, so the song of the day is Final Judgment Day. I walked through fire and through brimstone, and there were no pearly gates. I'll be sure to ask about it on my final judgment day. Yeah, Devs. Does it cause you what's it called? Acid induced hematoma? By the way, those of you who don't know what that means, that is the bruising and swelling in the back of your throat when you eat something that's a very, very acidic food, and it'll cause the blood vessel in the back of your throat that goes behind your nose, your nasal cavity, between your eyes, and down the back of your throat, right next to your epiglottis. It'll cause that to swell up, and it can actually cause you to become asphyxiated from not being able to breathe. Just something I found out about, being allergic to pineapple, of all fucking things. It doesn't cause me to break out in hives, but it will literally cause my throat to swell shut. Go figure. I'm okay. I wouldn't say I'm allergic to it. I'm extremely sensitive to pineapple. On a level of people will be asking me, dude, are you a fucking snowflake or some shit? You so worried about that pineapple? I'm like, bruh, if you had to pop the blood blister in the back of your throat so that you could breathe, you'd be kind of a little bit leery about pineapple as well. Honest to God, true. Yes, I actually have to do that when I eat pineapple. It's gross, and that's about the only time I've ever puked from eating something. It's because I've popped the blood blister in the back of my throat and then swallowed a bunch of blood. And it's a whole different story to your body when it's your own blood versus like, beef or some other kind of blood, and it's either cooked or what have you. It's not as big of a deal for you, for your stomach, as your own blood. Oh, you have a problem with potassium. I have a problem with it's not so much the acidity or something. It's like the chemical that's in pineapples. You can also find it in some pool cleansers, like for swimming pools. It just instantaneously clogs my nose, makes my throat swell up, makes my eyes start hurting, gives me a headache, like all at once. It's not something I would ever wish on someone else. It's benzodiazepine. Benzodiazepine, something like that. It's a benzo. Oh, really? You can't mess with guava or tequila. That's oh fuck, that's rough. That's rough. I mean, it's also a blessing in disguise, mind you. What did I miss, Garrett? Is this a joke or is this for like for serious? Somebody passed away. I'm not gonna laugh at that. I'm not gonna laugh at somebody passing away right recently here. It's not cool. Don't get me wrong. I'll somebody tells me, hey, what do they say about that John Price fucker? He's dead. Well, yeah, he's dead. Okay, it's my old man. He's dead and gone. Woohoo! And he would have laughed his ass off by looking at some of the shit that we fucking talk and some of the shit we post. He'd have been like, "What the fuck, kid? You guys are just weird. Fucking Finkelstein shit, kid. Ought to beat you like a redheaded stepchild." My dad. Oh, Lisa Marie Presley, Elvis' daughter. Yeah. Um, Unfortunate, honestly. Truly unfortunate. Well, all that we can do is pray she makes it to Graceland with her daddy. They could be together again. Because I'm sure that that's something she would want more than a whole bunch of people being sad and yeah, there you go. Ugh, shit happens. So on my final judgment day, which is a couple tens of thousands of years from now, by the by, just so you know, it's going to be a long fucking time from now. Mm. And no, I'm not talking about dying. Y'all know how I believe about things. It's not I don't believe that there's a judgment day until the final go around, not go around the sun. I mean, just the final go around of your spirit. So it's not a judgment day so much as it's just the last test. It's kind of like graduating high school. That moment when your spirit becomes something more than just, flesh, blood, spirit, energy, and all that fun shit. It becomes something more. Something we refer to as interdimensional beings. Those individuals that can move things and power, with just simple power, energy, what have you, move objects around on the physical plane, but don't exist in the physical plane, sort of thing, Overwhelming, powerful entities. Food for thought. Oh, okay. Now that goes, y'all. And I want to go have me a smoke because obviously I have a who that wants to go out too. That's how every funeral should be, by the way, Garrett. Y'all, if you show up at my funeral, just be prepared to see a whole bunch of goddamn liberals. Just gonna say it. You're gonna see a lot of conservatives as well, but just be prepared. Because at my funeral, there's gonna be a lot of people there. It's gonna look like they're inaugurating a new damn president or some shit. No, I don't think I'm that important. I just know that I've affected that many people's lives. Love, 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 love. Really? You're that worked up about going outside that even though I'm just futzing around with my, tying shit up, you're over there almost choking on your own breath. Bruh, calm the fuck down. Yeah, it's always the way that it's supposed to be, but do we ever get what it's supposed to be rather than, what other people think it should be? Right? So food for thought. Oh, there we go. Oh, time for a smoke break. I'm on the way out. You are coming with me. And if you've got a problem with that, motherfuckers, too goddamn bad. Was ist for, bud? You throwing tantrums? Really? Okay, give me a second. I gotta feed the who. Hey, people are gonna think that I don't feed you, fuzzball. Chill the fuck out. I know you're hungry. Let's talk about it. Yes, I'm going outdoors. I love you too, Hudo. I love my who. I'm my good boy. I love you. Now don't knock over your food when you get down, all right? Be careful. 9, to Thailand, that's you. I'll pop it through. I won't knock over your food either if you let me through. Oh, shit. I'm getting too old for this shit. Hey, let me open the door, Fuzz. Well, then you can't go out. And neither can I. Thank you. No. Hey, you little asshole, stop joking. That's not funny. I'm literally going to shuffle you around until you let me do this. Jeez. Holy crap. The things I have to deal with. Yep. That's right, cuz that's exactly how that works. The people who hated you the most in life are the ones who want the most from you in death. And the ones that love you the most in life don't want to remember you in death because it's too painful. Go ahead. Tell me I'm wrong. I wish I was. There we go. Ah, tell you what, every time I come out here in the backyard just to have a cigarette or to hang out outside of the house, um, I'm sitting here wondering, am I going to have to shoot a fucking mountain lion today or something? No bullshit. There are so many fucking mountain lions up here because it is such a pain in the ass to draw a lion tag up here that nobody will kill them. And it's mostly because of the Karens around here will go and report your ass for shooting a fucking mountain lion while it's because it's on your property and causing your animals or livestock harm. So yeah, imagine that shit. You can't even defend your fucking home up here. The way as I look at it is, hey, 3 hots and a cot is a boon. I don't have to cook. FIFO, motherfucker. Oh boy, what a stinky surprise. Sounds like fun, cuz. Um, you got your tomato paste up to snuff? Because if not, you're going to want to have yourself a whole bunch of fire ash. Just saying. Fuck them little goddamn skunky bastards. And yeah, if you hit a fucking skunk with double aught buckshot, you're in for a stinky surprise. I don't care if the little fucker sprays at you before you shoot it or not. After you've shot it, there is nothing left except for the smell. So, how's your day? I spent $80. I got $30 in food, a bag of tobacco, and a bunch of firewood, and I got $10 back. Oh, and by the way, when I says $30 in food, I mean a beer, a block of sharp cheddar cheese, a pound of coffee, and 2 dog treats for my dog. Literally. If you're not spending a fucking grand walking into the store, you ain't walking out with enough fucking groceries to be able to turn around and give yourself a, couple months of food. I tell you what, old Joe, fuck you and the horse you came in on, the mare that sired it, or sorry, the mare and sire of it, and anybody who fucking condones that bullshit. Because honestly, in all reality, if there's anybody who should have been impeached the moment they took office, yeah, y'all know who I'm talking about. Joe, I can't find my nanner pudding, and I shit in front of the Pope. Biden. I tell you what, I can't wait till that fucker's final judgment day. I'm gonna be standing there as a witness to his all of his fucking crimes against humanity. I stood by and watched it happen. Not because I ever thought that it was okay, just because I was like, you know what? I can't do fuck all about it anyways. So I'm gonna watch it happen, and when this motherfucker finally gets his comeuppance, I'll be there to watch that too, and I'll be cheering. So, cuz, did he get that double aught buckshot, or did he get the freaking the 30 rounds of 30 carbine? Just a wonder. Whoa.
There's a spider running around here. Keeps on barking at me. I think I stepped on him earlier. Might be stuck to the bottom of my shoe. Hmm. Okay, just making sure. Cause everybody heard me and saw me freeze, and they're like, "Oh no, better dip out." Oh, yeah, I stepped on a spider again. I swear to God, he's chasing me around. That was a weird. So, give me a 5x5. Let me know if I'm still alive, because apparently I'm dropping views like crazy. Not that I give a flying rat's ass. It's just a matter of I want y'all to actually be able to see what's going on, take part in, and that can't happen if I'm not present. Thank you, Keto. I'm glad I am boring the shit out of the trolls right now. That is so good. Because they hover around in the background, right? Yes, you saw that right. There are 4 people, well, 3 people now watching this chat, watching this stream. They don't know what a freedom forum's about. I'm joking. Y'all know what a Freedom Forum's about. It's literally just be you. Just fuck the world and relax and be you. Four, three, two, four. YouTube is sending me a code using the view counter to send me a code. The only problem is they didn't send me the cipher first. Tobacco, good for the nerves, good for the soul. Fucking horrible for your body. But hey, do I look like I give a fuck? So, what does it mean to be free? Hmm, that's a very good question. What does it mean to be free? What does it mean to you to be free? Because I'm very certain that folks know what it means to me to be free. And, you know, most of the time we agree on that. But I just wanted to know, like, what is your ideal of true liberty? Food for thought. Because what you see as an ideal of true liberty should be your reason and your hmm, I won't say it as reason. I'll say it as it should be your driving factor in being who you are, being free, being righteous, being moral, all that fun shit. Your definition of freedom equates to what you're willing to fight for because it is what you hold dear. Honestly, that's the way I look at it. And honestly, I'm going to end up having to go and take a pit stop because I'm pretty sure I might have to check my oil. There we go. I wish I weren't night blind. Well, then that's something we need to fix there, you know, so that that permutation bullshit stops. Oh, I hope I enjoy it too, cuz honest. And thanks for coming by and saying hi. I mean, I appreciate it. So I've um I've come up with a new measuring device for basically dealing with these idiots, the trolls, and all that bullshit. It's called my give a fucks per second meter. Um, my GFPS drops as soon as somebody starts talking out the side of their neck or being dumbasses. Just to put that out there. Yes. God bless a good old Texas Yankee. Thing works. Hmm. Good thing I missed myself with that. What I tell you about that? Who? That thing off my chair. Go on. I would counter with this, cuz you could do anything you want in America and get away with it, so long as you got the money to do it. Believe it or don't, that's something that has actually bothered me. Um, and why when people try to tell me we live in a democracy and the rule of law and all that bullshit, I'm like, you must not be paying attention. The law doesn't mean fuck all to these people who have all the money to be able to just, skirt around it. It only matters to the poor bastard who doesn't have the money to do that shit. I mean, I'll put it this way. When I was in jail, fucking lowest part of my life, really. Um, well, lowest part and highest part of my life, I'll say, because what I did to get there was actually one of those few moments in my life I'm really fucking proud of. The fact that they threw me in jail for it just means that I was doing something right. What did I do get into? Yeah. Whew. Okay, I think that's on that one. All right. All right. So yes, anybody who is walking themselves into the chat or walking themselves into the panel, welcome to the Freedom Forum. Glad you came by to say hi. I appreciate you. And those of you who just came by to throw a thumbs down, just so you know, it doesn't hurt. It really doesn't. It actually helps my analytics, because if you don't like it, it doesn't mean other people don't like it. And if you don't like it, then you're not going to get recommended it, which means that I'm less likely to have to deal with trolls. And that is why I like that thumbs down button. It helps in ways that have only recently becoming, important enough to say something about. Jeep, good to see you. And see, there again, we, me and Jeep and Barry and all them, we've had our instances of having problems, being on opposite sides of something, and yet I'm still sitting here like, yeah, y'all are welcome in the chat. Y'all are welcome on the panel. It's a matter of, let's be adults. I'm tired of dealing with the internet children. Ain't you tired of dealing with the internet children? All that drama, all that bullshit. What does it get y'all? Makes you feel like you've done something both good and at the same time, you've done something that you ain't proud of. It's happened to me before. I've been an asshole. Not too proud to say that. And by all means, shit, I'm fucking proud of it sometimes. But at the same, I try to walk away from every situation with a little bit of perspective, if not respect. And I don't often grace Lake Ferry's chats or vids or anything like that no more. But you know, to me that shit's fucking water under the bridge at this point. That's what I call bridge water. It's already done passed us by. Now, I wanted to point out that I only said that because in the past I've been kind of icy to Jeep, and it's not his fault, you know? So I wanted to just say this, Jeep, I apologize for my allowing the asshole guardsman on to tear into y'all. And welcome back, honestly. So I can't, I'll put it this way. I can't abide the holding grudges and throwing up barriers between folks. We need to be friends. We need to be all on the same side. Anger is only righteous so long as you don't hold a grudge. So yeah, I'm doing some serious introspection on myself, you know. When it comes down to it, there's shit that I've done that was in the moment, it was warranted, but at the same time, it was very childish. And I look at that, I'm like, dude, I am 30 fucking 5 years old. I am a goddamn grown ass man. The fuck am I acting like that for? That ain't who I is. Honest to God. I'm a smart man with a bit of a southern disposition. Matter of fact, I probably need to go back into my analytics and whatnot and I guess unblock some people. Others, y'all are going to stay there and that y'all know why. And it's because of one of the four rules. That's the only thing that ever really just I'm adamant about is those four rules. They're the four rules of respect. They're those four rules of courtesy. You know, they translate into the way that I carry out the freedom form and all that. But those four rules are the four rules of maturity. Act your age, not your shoe size. Love all as yourself, even when you don't love yourself. In fact, if you don't love yourself, love them more. Be willing to forgive. And always try to bring logic, reason, and intelligent thought into every aspect of your life. There you go. I would love to see that, Kino. Greg.
Hello, brother.
I, I'm,
How are you, man?
hey,
What's going on?
so so as you know, there's, like I said, there's
Yeah.
only 4 rules of the Freedom Forum. All right, and that is, no porn bombing the panel, no disrespecting other people like that.
Yeah, sure, definitely.
So yes, like that. And by the way, Greg, don't ever come back. You won't be coming back. Shit like that is what I'm talking about, being mature or being immature. Immature shitheads like that exist. And that's how I deal with them. Bye. You and your buddies will never come back. All right, Jeep. Have a good one. Like I said, a few things I don't tolerate. Shit like that, playing around and acting up a fool, being like that. All you're doing is acting your shoe size, not your intelligence level. When you come on and you do that sort of shit, you just show everybody and in every community how much of a child you are and how much of a piece of shit you are. You don't do any harm to us. We see we see you for who you are, and that's how that works. And the reason why there's an open panel is not to act a fool. The reason why there's an open panel is to get shit off your chest, be able to live life without having to resort to being a dumbass like that. And yeah, I literally have not done anything except describe what you did. See how that works? This is called being an adult. You can go around and do that shit if you want. But like I said, it literally shows people who you are. And faces, let me tell you something, faces are impossible to ever get rid of. Hey there. How you doing, BV Updates? And like I've told most people, I'm telling you, like the trolls, they like me. They like to come after me because, I stand to the defense of others because they have a troll problem. I'm a moderator on several channels, specifically because of that reason. I like to go after trolls. And so, when people start doing this stuff to me, you know what it does to me? It just gives me fuel for the fire, brother. You make me want to come down there and find out who you are, where you live, and what you're doing, and show you exactly who you are fucking with. That's how I work that. That's why I don't see very many trolls. You might see one or two on my fucking channel that come through and just like, ah, and then fucking act a fool because they don't know who they are fucking with. I'm a lot scarier in person than I am on the fucking screw tubes, I tell you that. You think I act fucking tough here? I act tough here. When I'm out and about, I'm respectful till somebody puts hands on me. And then I put their skull in the concrete or the tile or the wood flooring, and I keep it there. Man, I ain't bullshitting. I react so quickly through just martial skill that literally the only thing that has ever, and I mean will ever, have a chance in hell of fucking me down is a sucker punch. That's where I've been in my life. So nowadays, anything you throw at me, it ain't shit. There ain't nobody could ever do something to me that I don't have something for. Cause that's how you do it. You just get her done. can't even you can't even stand down to a skunk. You know how that works. It just doesn't work out well. Why are you eating charcoal again, dog? Fucking weirdo. Get out of my forge and take your toy with you. That's right. Yeah. Ah. See, Houdini keeps the skunks out of my yard. And even the mice and rats. I'd love to see what would happen if somebody decided that they wanted to come in this yard and he's out and about and they're not supposed to be here and he knows it. Oof, bruh, you getting your ass chewed up and I'm gonna let him do it. Yeah, same here, cuz I think that's what it is. I'm swapping over plans or some shit for the whole fucking family or whatever. I don't know. Yeah. That bullet did something. Earlier today, I was sitting there and picking some lead out of the tree because I need to have some lead to melt down to put in the pommel stone of my sword. And so I pulled out some bullets that I shot at the tree out of the tree. And y'all, these air guns nowadays, they ain't playing around. Hey, Rip. So, thinking about showing y'all this. Y'all are going to trip out on what I'm showing you. Because, yeah. These new air rifles ain't no joke. I pulled these things out of a tree, and in order to do so, I had to dig with the point of my knife. Actually, it might work. There we go. Yep. So, this stream's probably going to be taken down anyways because of YouTube and their policies. So, wanted to show y'all this. You're going to trip out on this shit. That's 50 caliber slug. Now, if it'll focus you, fuck. Come on, stop focusing on my face. Come on, stop focusing on my face, fucker. There's where I dug it with my knife in order to pull it out of the tree. This was still sunk like a good 3.5 inches into a tree after going through a pine wood plank. This was shot out of this by comparison. This is an air rifle screw tube, so don't shut it down yet. About to get a whole bunch of views on this shit. They're gonna be like, where's he getting all his fucking views from? The live streams? Because of the shit that I show off on the live streams. Here you go. So there's the dish base that you see on any normal projectile from this air rifle. Here's one by comparison. Okay. So this is what it starts out as. And this is what it finished as. And you can see there's a huge difference there. I mean, that don't look like a projectile that's been shot. I mean, a projectile that's just been thrown at something, all right? That one has actually been shot. I went into the tree a good, you see here, I stuck my pinky in there and I was in about there. So, yeah, right, almost to my, so it's just like a, yeah. That was to the back end of the projectile when I stuck my pinky in to explore.
This is into a Western yew tree. All right. They're tough. And that's after going through either an oak board or a pine wood board. $250 grains. Hey, stop. So yes, I could say these air guns are no joke. This is not a toy. This is a tool. Yeah, that's from a 50 cal. All right. It literally squashed this stuff, man. I mean, this is not soft metal either. I mean, it's softer than my fingernail, but I still fuck my fingernail up trying to dig into it too far. This is some tough lead. This is impinged lead, so it's not like cast lead. Let's see here. Cast lead's a little bit harder. To impinge lead, you got to have it soft enough to actually do it. But I just wanted to show off some of these 25 caliber rounds that I pulled out of the same tree. Or one just like it, for that matter. Y'all see my backyard, so you know. There we go. So this is one of the 26 grain here from my 25 caliber air rifle. That thing has been turned into a unrecognizable piece of lead. It does not look like a projectile anymore. This thing has been turned inside out. So here's one of the 43 grainers. Like I said, again, that's into a Western yew tree. Living, not dead, because you can't test a dead tree with this stuff. It doesn't give you the same results. You get less mushrooming, you get more penetration, or you get a lot more splatter depending on the type of the round and the type of tree, for that matter. But yeah, just went in and turned sideways. Let's see here, another 43 grain that actually stopped in a piece of pine. That I got stuck to those trees out there. The mushrooming on this is just incredible. Well, for reference, let's see here. This is what it looks like when it starts out on the 43 grain ones. See if I can get a poker. Poker, I barely know her. There we go. So this, again, these are for air guns. This is what it looks like when it starts off. Fucking computer bullshit right here.
Okay, yeah, that's fucking hard to do when it's focusing on my face. But yeah, little tiny thing that you can't see at that distance. Damn computer focus, you fuck. But yeah, I've got a bunch of these. I just pulled out of a tree. These are air guns. That's what I'm saying. I mean, I'm gonna set up some of these that I pulled out of the tree and out of the pine, and you'll be able to tell the difference between the two by what's actually still in the little cavities where they got smashed. And I'll point them out and tell you what is going on. But yeah. All right, here. Let's get some looks here. So we have out of the pine ones, and this is all out of the yew tree down here. And this is what it looks like just on the regular. So yeah, that's FYI. These are toys. These are tools. They have a specific task and purpose. They're for slinging chunks of lead at high speed across a specific distance, have enough energy to take down game, and heaven forbid you have to defend yourself. I mean, this stuff is not soft. It's soft enough that I can use my thumbnail to push into it, but the deeper into it I go, the harder it gets to push. It's the thing about impinged lead. It's solid on the inside. The inside of the core is really hard. The outside of the lead is what's soft. So that's what you're seeing is mushrooming. It's the outside of the lead, pushing it around. I can tell you from personal experience, air guns ain't no joke. That's why I have one. That's why I carry one. This should be a lesson in itself. Your be all end all doesn't need to be firearms. Sure, it's nice to have them. I can do with this thing that somebody could do with a firearm, just a little bit more precisely. By the way, a lot of these pellets were stacked on top of each other, or slugs, as if you will. A lot of them were stacked on top of each other in the tree. Testament to how accurate this air gun is, or either of them are. Let's see here. Do I have enough lead to do the pommel stone on the sword? That's the whole reason why I got these out of the tree. So here we go. And yeah, I got a lot more of these. Here I've got
two of them that were stacked on top of each other, and they impinged into each other and made one solid slug in the tree. Need to get some candle wax so I can melt it down too. And yeah, the mushrooming on these things is incredible. I mean, that's into a gummy Western yew tree. Young, not old. All right. Mushrooming on that is incredible. I got some more in my pocket here. Nope, no more. Okay. Yeah, I pulled that out of the tree. And pummel stone. So okay, so there's lead there. Flip her over. It's gonna be poured in. Hot. It's gonna go all cavity. Need to have. Oh, I think I might have enough just in the small pieces of lead. Huh. Still gaps that I'm getting in there. Huh. There we go. There's the sword. Hmm. Well, glad you chose to come here. I do a plethora of different things on my channel, like forging and philosophy and genius shit. So, by all means, hang out, have fun. Here, this is just the Freedom Forum. This is where everybody is allowed to be who they want to be, just so long as you're, respectful and whatnot of each other. Be an adult is basically the word, the term for it. Be a mature person. Maturity is welcome. Leave your tater salad at the door. So, swords gonna be a heck of a yeah. Got enough, I'm sure, at this point. Got enough lead there to be able to fill up that pommel stone. So now I just got to thin that thing down and go to that sitting about here. The reason for the lead is to give it that counterbalance so that it brings, oops, that was nice. It brings the balance of the blade from up here in the spine or back here where the spine transitions into the tang, or not the tang, the brace face here, which is going to be it's all part and parcel of the saber. From here to here, along this area, it's going to be extremely sharp. But right here is where it actually starts to transition, shoulderlessly, mind you, into a flat right here before coming up to the cap and suba, or the cap, whatever you want to call it, suba, fine, but cap right here and knuckle guard, and that's going to curl down this way. Then you're going to have a handle here and pommel stone. Pommel stone brings the balance back into the hand so that the sword is, even though it's heavy, it's light and nimble in your hands. The blade feels good. It feels like it wants to do. So now all I need to do is have a good pommel stone on the end and an appropriate handle so that it fits the hand and is firm. So this is what is called Compass Sabar. Well, really it's a footman saber, but the Compass Sabar is the most, it's actually part of the inspiration for this particular one, which is it's a Spanish sword that is more triangular in its blade shape, but it has this top ridge, this median ridge on the top, and this gives your blade strength on side to side, so that when you are parrying and you're parrying large blades and you've only got a small blade, you know, it's not that big of a sword, but when you're parrying larger blades, you still have the stiffness in this blade that it does not flex very much, and you can power heavier swords out of the way. Because it's a shorter sword, you kind of want to have that. It's not this big old long, I can reach out there and touch you with it. It's not like that. This is a 1.5-hand sword. So it's actually a very short blade. I wanted it to be a little longer, but get what you can. See how this right here has this it transitions from the brace point, the brace face, to the tang in a downward sweep, and that is so that it actually sits comfortably in the hand. When you're holding it, you could hold it basically the way it's supposed to be held is like that. Get a good pinch with your first knuckle on your hand and your thumb on the other side, and gives you that kind of hold. Now from everything else, it's all just floating. You can grasp that and utilize it. And this is martial arts. It's when you make a sword, you make a sword specifically for the individual who will be wielding it, not because of the it just looks cool or something. I'm gonna hang it on my wall. Oh, I'm gonna carry this on my hip. This is a freaking awesome blade. You betcha. I'll carry that on my hip and it just sits there. Doesn't do nothing special. Somebody wants to look at it, sure, I'll take it out and show it to you. See, you know, it's cool looking. Yeah, I thought I'm gonna make this because this is a design I had in my head. And I have a forge and I might as well. Well, I'll make this. Need to actually crank out some more knives because I have not done that in a long time. So I need to crank out a few more knives. This here is an example of the work that I do. It's my sister's, and she keeps it here at the house, so I pull it out all the time and show it off. I'm actually pretty proud of it. I did the blade on this. My uncle did the woodwork. It's actually a really nice knife. And even down, if you were to hold the tang on it, you can still use this knife. So if the handle were to break, the blade won't, the tang won't. It's all the same steel as what I'm using here. Both of them are. Same steel I started out with. These were a lot easier to make. So, yeah, this is a really nice knife. And I made the sheath for it too. It's all formed leather, by the way. Oiled and hand formed. So it holds the knife with its own, just by a friction fit. This is how you're supposed to have knives and swords. Friction fit. Literally, I'm not pushing against the sheath here. I'm holding it, okay? It actually has a tension to it. I'm not shaking on purpose. This has a tension to it. That's how you make good crafted, really good craftsmanship stuff, man. I mean, oil up some good hard bridle leather, hand cramp it and form it until your hands just start to cramp up. That's literally how I made that. Cut out the pattern out of the bridle leather, folded it over, sewed it up, oiled it, and sat there with my hands soaked in oil and just crunch, 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 crunch until it just like that. When I'm building a sword, I'm going to make a wood sheath for the inside, and then I'm going to wrap that in a metal on the outside. See, with a sword, you still want to have that friction fit coming out. But here's the thing, though. There is no leather in the world that will actually withstand a sword, a true sword, when you are drawing it in a draw cut. There's no leather in the world that'll withstand that. I've actually done the tests. I sat there with kangaroo leather of all freaking things trying to do it. I sat there with gator leather. I sat there with, you name it. You know what actually handled the best out of all the leathers was fish skin that had been dried and the scales were facing the blade. That's what did the best out of all the different leathers. I was like, this is insanity, man. Now I understand why they use wood in large blade sheaths. Specifically because a sword will just frink. Well, there goes half that sheath and you need to get it replaced. That's why they have what looks like a little decorative metal band at the top on leather sheaths, is actually because after cutting the sheath so many times with the sword, it'll actually start to cut up at the top. And if you don't have the metal band there, it'll start cutting down the side of the sheath. And pretty soon you're walking around with this thing flapping out like that. And the leather's flapping all over the place, and you need a new sheath. That's actually where that idea comes from. They would take the leather, because you can get leathers that are honestly just the perfect size around to make a sheath. Just no sewing whatsoever. By the way, you get squirrel skins, you can get funny enough, rat and mouse skins, you can get rabbit skins that have all been skinned in a particular way so that it doesn't have it doesn't lay out flat. It's a tube. Tube with fur, really. I don't think that that's going to stand up to my sword. The way that I'm making the sword, it's what's called a footman saber, and the way that it's historically utilized, this blade design and this particular overall sword design so far, the way it was used historically is as a sidearm for the feller who would ride shotgun on the coaches back in the 1700s. They had a couple of pistols, sure. They'd carry their pistols. They had a knife. They had a dagger. But they also had a saber or a short sword. Lots of them carried different types of long swords. But short swords were a big deal after a while, especially in the Spanish Empire. Damn, yeah, think you could call that an empire? I don't know. Deer, cow, and fake leathers. Okay. Well, I worked with see here, there was what most people would call fake leather is actually not. It's a very thick hide. It's bull hide, steer hide. It's very thick leather, and that is this stuff right here. It's called bridle leather. It's a very thick type of leather that they use for teaching you how to do stuff with leather. That's what I started out on. Then I got into skinning and doing my own curing and tanning and whatnot, take care of the birds and whatnot. And I went from this. There's the other room. I'll be right back. So I showed you the other one. This one got a rat got a hold of it while it was sitting on my backpack when I was in LA. But here's how you can actually see. This is one of the squirrels I shot. All right. I tan the leather, all natural brain tanning. This is a piece of that bridle leather, and that is the reinforcement so that the blade doesn't cut through the squirrel. That's just a piece of the same old bridle leather that's here. And yeah, there's, of course, the rat damage that it got in there, just chewed on it. But yeah, this was a really nice sheath before it got, tore into by that rat. Hmm. Yeah, I learned this from my dad, how to do all this. My dad and my sister's godfather. That's where I learned all this from. Including all the sailor's knots and the stitching and all that. I learned that from basically my parents and my, when I was a kid, that's how we were raised. We were raised by your parents and your parents' very, very close friends and relatives. People that you knew you could trust to have around your kids. But yeah, I learned all this from them, and it taught me a lot, man. There's things that I've done with squirrel hide and this is not the be all and end all. Trust me, that this ain't it. There are things I've done with squirrel hide and rabbit hide that would blow your mind. Trying to get a usable damn skin out here is impossible, though. Shot several rabbits, several squirrels up here. I get it tanned up, I get it stretched, and it goes to stinking. And it's not like I don't scrape them or anything like that. I do scrape them. I've got some really freaking potent tannic acid that I use, a purified chemical. So it's just some reason it things start to stink up here. It's not like down in the desert. I guess I got enough sunlight or something to activate the chemical, and up here it doesn't want to do it. So I have to go back to brain tanning. Huh. That's one of those ones with a wax tip, which means well, it's certainly performed. Huh. Exactly what that is. I do a lot of stuff with air guns.
Well, the thing that I've learned when I was a kid was that there are different ways of doing skinning, and depending on how you do it, that's actually um, the quality of what you get out of it. So yeah, I need a smoker, a smokehouse. You know, I can do it in the woodshed. I can get it dry enough, but I need a smokehouse, to be honest, just to get it to keep from stinking. And that's just the reality of doing this. I got to get it. I got to petrify it because something about the atmosphere up here, it's so moist. Outside, just like the moisture is hell. So you can never get it to get truly dry. Even though you're like you've got it in a woodshed or you've got it in, you're right up next to the freaking wood stove. Never really gets dry. And it just starts to stink after a while. So yeah, I'm thinking I need a smoke house so I can do the whatchamacallits, the pelts. Do pelts right. I don't know how you got how you didn't smell that if you're up north. Maybe you were a little further south. It tends to be or a little further west of me for that matter. I mean, not west, east of me, right, for that matter. Um, or perhaps you live in another country where you don't have the moisture problem. I don't know. But where I live at right now, that's the issue. I have a moisture issue. And so I need a smokehouse. Smokehouses, most folks don't even know what a smokehouse is for. Like they think, oh, that's for like making meats and stuff like that, right? Nope. That's actually not what the original means of a smokehouse was for. The original means of a smokehouse was so that you could tan hides. Honest to God truth. Of course, yeah, you stick a freaking ham hock in a freaking, or a ham in the smokehouse, and at some point it's going to taste good. But it's kind of interesting because in a smokehouse you don't get the fur burning, but you can actually almost cook the hide, and it cures it all the way through, cures it where you can't get the solution to, which is where the fur is. And that's why when you have, you know, still properly made furs, you get this, the fur just flakes off after a while. It doesn't stay put. And then you start to get bald spots on it. And that's just how it works. After a while, you get those bald spots from it being in a certain orientation somewheres, and you're just sitting there rubbing back and forth and working. That doesn't happen as much when you have a smokehouse. So that's why I wanted to get to work that out. I still got to figure out how to do that though. Around here, you have a freaking You got a forge in your backyard. People are going, you can't do that. Why the fuck not? Is this your property? No? Okay, have a nice day. Got a bunch of lead. Smelting ladle is out there. I do need to work this out. That's going to be interesting. Rather boring. Because I'm just going to sit there and be cutting on the darn thing with a freaking file. Just for hours. Yeah, I remember some things about my dad that are kind of funny. Makes me kind of giggle at that comment because, yeah, my dad learned how to do things fast, like real fast. And I learned how to do things so that I didn't ruin anything because I got my ass whooped for ruining things. I didn't get my ass whooped for going slow and taking my time. No, I got my ass whooped for ruining shit because that pissed off my dad more than anything. You gotta have, can't have one without the other. So he's like, all right, well, take your time, do it right. Do it right the first time so you ain't got to do it again. Well, thank you. I appreciate having the appreciation. So, pommel stone, lead to melt. I need paraffin wax. Guys, floats around here somewhere. Old candle wax I burned out. I have to go around and collect some candles. See, this is all shit that my dad taught me when I was a kid. And that's why I'm sitting here like, I finally get to do this shit. This is so cool. I'm giddy with it, It's just like, I got nothing better to do. I'm going to do this. And because I have the ability to, I'm going to share it with all you when I get it, while I'm doing it and when I get it done. Like, can you imagine taking a bar of steel? And this is actually some of that stock steel right here. So I took some of this, well, longer piece of this. This is actually the butt end of this particular. That was right there. So took a piece of steel like so, much longer, and hammered that out of it. That is cool, man. This is something my dad taught me to do when I was a kid. So sword, pommel stone. Lead filler for the pommel stone. What did that drawing ever go to? I had that drawing of my, you know, how would you say it? Plans. Yes, that. The stuff you draw up before you make anything yet. Plans. There it is. So this, when all said and done, is what the parts I have is going to look like. See if I can get that a little bit more in reference frame there. There you go. Yeah. Yeah, I'm in Oregon. Or get again. I'm in Oregon right now. So yeah, that's what this is going to become. As you can see, it's already there. It says, like, yeah, there's the blade. The blade's already made. And as you can see as well, the Tang, according to the Tang plans, is starting to look a lot more like a Tang. See if I can get that into focus. There you go. So there's the plans for the Tang, and you can see how that Tang is supposed to sit, the angle it's supposed to sit at relative to the blade. All right. And the fact that it's a shoulderless Tang. So, shoulderless Tang, angle to the blade. All right. That is actually what makes this feel so perfect in my hand. You can see all I'm holding it with is that right there. It feels right. Doesn't take much. You can feel the blade in your hand. You can feel how it's going to work when everything's into it. It's going to sit nicely. It's going to hold nicely. It's going to have that slight cant off to the side so that when you're holding it like such and you're blocking a blade strike that comes this way and skitter pops across the top, or the where you're supposed to actually have the strike of the blade cross there going towards the tip in a defensive motion. When that blade strikes off the side, you actually have this little bit of leverage extra to it. And when you have the blade out to the other side so that it doesn't bind when you go for a sweep out, when somebody is trying to strike at you, the sweep outwards and then come back for your strike. It has that little bit of off center so that it doesn't bind your wrist up when that happens. And see, I just knocked my phone over because I went back to that dumb shit. Okay. Go ahead and close that out real quick. All right, that's right. Very well. Now, yeah, I'm definitely seeing it through. Whenever I make a blade, my blades see fruition. Even if it's just a rough bar of steel that it has basically my patented edge. on it. My patented edging technique for the for a blade is literally unparalleled. I'd like to see somebody do better. I've never seen it. It comes down to the fact that it's thick enough that even though it has that vertical that the edge that's just so sharp, you can literally sit there and stack paper by shredding it. But at the same time, it's such a dummy thick knife. I mean, this one hasn't been sharpened in a while. So this has actually not been sharpened in a long time. It's still cutting. That's my forging technique. 100% making that. And look at the blade profile on this. Let's see if I can get that right in the camera angle for you. That blade profile, that is that edge I'm talking about. Straight up to the spine. Dummy thick. All of it being put into that edge. Every last bit of force that comes from the spine is focused in perfection into that edge. That is my knife forging technique. Where'd I stick yonder? There it is. Put your hand down, Blaine. You might find something. So there you go. That is, in a nutshell, what makes my knives and my swords absolute perfection. I base all of my techniques, all of my ideas off of pre-existing equipment. Yeah, I do this. I do this all the time. I do it in the daytime. I do it at nighttime. Sometimes it's just, I do it at random. Okay. So this one started earlier after a friend's stream, and I'm just like, yeah, I might as well just keep paddling along. Freedom stream, freedom stream. We all swim in the same streams. Freedom stream. So yeah, the edge profile on this sword right now, if you look at it, if I can get it to focus, there we go. It doesn't look like much yet because that edge is really square going down that thing. But you can see that blade is damn near dead nuts straight. As best as I could make it. And it has this little, this is not just cosmetic. This is actually the crystalline structure underneath. So this is thicker right here and thinner up here. And then it gets thick again. The structure of the actual fuller is forged into the blade. The blade itself, right here, it actually gets really dummy thick right about here, and the back end of that gets real dumb thick right there. And then it gets thinner again down here. Pure impinged steel. Dummy thick right here, thinner up here. That's all forging. That's me sitting there with a hammer for hours and hot freaking fire. I mean, when I say hot fire, I mean, let me melt your eyeballs out your sockets. That kind of hot fire. So yes, this is the it all comes down to forging technique and down to how you build a blade. If you're building a blade by the hammer first, it makes for a better blade. If you're building a blade by the grinder first or the cutting wheel first, it's not going to be as good of a blade. It'll be adequate, I'm sure. It'll handle. It'll work, but it's not going to be as good. It will not be as perfect in the hand. Will not feel like fire in your hand. Rather, it'll just feel like, well, I'll be able to bludgeon something with this. Now, this feels like fire in the hand. Feels like lightning in the air. That's the way that a knife, a blade of any kind should feel. Not like, I don't mind beating the shit out of that with a rock. Yeah. Citric acid, lots of it. If you can't get orange juice, then get lemon juice. If you can't get lemon juice, if you've got supplements, try to dissolve it in water first and bring the acidity level down just a little bit. But citric acid. All right. So as I was saying, yes, I'm paying attention to my sword. I'm really sorry. Not really. This is the freedom form. You get to act however you want to, do whatever you want to. This is what I want to do. This is stuff I like. This is a life I enjoy. This is what I like. I like doing. I like building swords. I like shooting guns. I like, you know, being a grown-up kid who happens to know quite a fucking lot. Oh, there you go. Frozen lemons. Make lemonade. Make sure everybody drinks their lemonade. Funny enough, it works. It'll get you over being sick faster. It helps the body to fight off toxins made by things like viruses and bacteria. That's why I drink a fuck ton of orange juice. I mean, everybody looks at me weird when I'm going into the store and buying, like, a damn near shopping cart full of orange juice concentrate cans, and they're like, what the hell is he doing? And I'm like, what? I drink a lot of orange juice. It's good for you. I still got a couple of little bits in the middle of this sucker I gotta tap out, because it got wrongly impinged right here. Instead of squishing it the way I wanted it to, what it did is it squished in a curve right here on this part of the sword. And if I leave that in the bar, what's going to end up happening is when I go to temper this, I dunk it and temper it, the sword is going to go like this. It's going to take this bend right about there. So instead of that point being there, it's going to be pointing off over there. Which is halfway down the freaking sword. And this is always a problem that especially new smiths run into, but even the old school guys, like the guys that have been doing it for years and years and years, they know their craft and they've been doing it almost a lifetime. They still run into this same problem because it just takes that one strike that rolls the wrong way. And then you've got that piece in there that's going to be a pain in the ass to get out. So the way I learned how to deal with that is anneal the blade. Every single time you strike on it, anneal the blade. Then slowly work on that one spot and try to work it back. Tap on the top, tap on the side, tap on the top, tap on the side, tap on the blade, tap on the side, tap on the top, tap on the side. Bring it back to true. Back in the fire. Get it hot, bring it back out, repeat. You know, it's just that simple. Pretty soon, you take a piece of steel, like I was showing off here. Probably not on my lap anymore, right? Nope. Dropped it. Yeah. Okay. Take a piece of steel. It looks like yonder, but it's a long ass bar. And turn it into a sword. And not just any kind of sword, but one that feels like it belongs to you. That's the way I put it. If a sword doesn't feel like it belongs to you, why do you hold it? That's why I'm building my own. Oh yeah, no, I read the labels. I do. But I also know what the words mean. I know what that is, and it's I know what it basically is saying. Funniest shit is a lot of the orange juice concentrates I get are matter of fact, I'll go get one of those off of the sink so you can see. I do keep a hold of the concentrate cans because then I stick beef tallow in them and I can run one of these wood stoves or one of those all fuel stoves, which is basically what a wood stove is. It's an all fuel stove. I can run one of those all fuel stoves in the chicken coop and keep the chickens warm on beef tallow because I eat a lot of beef too. Red meat, bad for you, but no, I didn't know that. Nor did I care. Oh, it's actually really good for you. A lot of people just try to say that red meat's bad for you to drive down the price. Funny enough. So I'll walk over here and examine orange juice concentrate and water. This is the best way to go with it. Come on, fucker, stop focusing on my face. Focus on it. Focus, you fuck. It doesn't want to focus. Fuck it. Anyways, take my word for it. Orange juice concentrate, water. Literally, Winco brand orange juice concentrate. Oh, and before you ask, yes, I actually do preserve beef tallow and use it as a fuel. Oh, I make knives that would make Cutco jealous. All right. Like they look at my knives and are like, "Oh my God, I wish." See, Cutco guys, they they sell really expensive knives and then they buy mine. I'm just kidding. They don't actually buy my knives. I'm just joking about that. But honestly, when it comes down to properly made, that's how I put it. It spare no expense when it comes down to properly made. Because if it's properly made, it's worth it. This is 100% hand forged. This is like the only way I could go more so into depth of hand forging is to make the puck myself and then hammer that out into a bar and then hammer that bar out into a blade. That's basically what that is. It's, you know, the puck that has been flattened out into a bar. All right. I buy this bar from the Home Depot and that's how I make this stuff. A regular old Weld HR 01 hot roll 01 steel. I believe it's the 1050. So there you go. You know, just 1050 or hot roll steel. And then a good forge. A shoulder that is blown the fuck out because I used to play baseball. And an Estwing one, you know, I think it's like a 1 pound single jack or like a 5 pound single jack or something like that. Just hammer it out and there you go. Yeah, I have a nice sword. I also have Harbor Freight files. Literally, this is Harbor Freight files. Okay. Safest is not always economical. All right. I'm gonna point that out to you when it comes down to chickens, especially. Um, Depending on how fast the weather changes, you may need to heat your chicken coop or you may not have to. If your weather flips in temperatures, extreme temperatures, we're talking goes from like 75, 80 degrees down to 20 overnight, then yes, you're going to need to actually heat your chickens. I know people have told me, well, that's actually not good. You know, the safest way to do it, I'm going to say is it's actually electricity, crazy enough, but it's expensive as hell and it's unreliable. The most reliable way to do it is a wood stove. And you make sure that you keep the wood stove stoked up for a couple of days thereby, and you allow the chickens to get close enough to where they don't get, you know, stove burn, where they get the heat that they need. So you just put some chicken wire around the outside of the stove and do it that way. The only reason I haven't done that is because of pain in the ass to then get into the stove. So, as it were, take what you will. But yeah, I built my chicken coop to take on a bear. because I need that coop to stand up long enough so that I can deploy this and then be able to return the coop and the chickens to being okay and whatnot, and or have the chicken coop survive even that. See, this is a 50 caliber air rifle, and this rifle here has the potential capability to stop a bear with one well-placed shot. So yeah, can't miss, don't miss, but that'll drop a bear. So yeah, like I said, just Harbor Freight files and Home Depot bar and maybe a $90 hammer, because your hammer means everything, and an anvil that I got from I think it's Harbor Freight. I got these files and that anvil at the same time. Harbor Freight. And you can have this. Literally. All you need is a campfire. Honestly. That's all you need in order to make a knife or a sword, is a campfire. Now, you could do a lot better if you've got the ability to. I personally have a forge that I personally built to make it so that I can produce better, but I made this with a weed burner and a barbecue. Literally. A weed burner and a barbecue with a bunch of cinder blocks and some red bricks. That's what made that knife. Oh, and a piece of bar like this. Or like this. From the Home Depot. Regular old. You can see it. It's literally still like I bought it at the Home Depot on the end there. Bar of steel. So yeah, I make swords, I make knives. When I get bored enough, I do all sorts of shit. One of the downsides to not being able to lift more than 16 pounds above my head for longer than 10 minutes. Or not even 10 minutes, like 10 seconds. See, this is another air rifle, by the way. I do air rifles. That's my thing. I love air guns. It's always been my passion. But even more so now because of all this gun law bullshit. I love air guns. So I take my air gun here, which is about 16 pounds, and I am really pressed hard to lift this over my head. And the reason for that is when I was younger, not much younger, but a little younger, I was 25 at the time, I got into a knockdown, drag-out fight that ended up with me in the hospital for about a week and a half. And for 3 days of that, I was in a coma. My body just started eating itself. I have a really, really high metabolism. So whereas most people resting burn about 2,000 calories, I burn about 3. When I start exercising, I can go through 8, even 9,000 calories in just a short burst burn. I don't know why I have this high, really, really high, low maintenance metabolism. It's just something I've always had. I've always been kind of skinny. You can see it in my hands. I got them Skeletor fingers. Really, really skinny. But when I got into that fight, it put me into a whole different level of skinny. And since then, I've made some really impressive swords because I can lift, a 3-pound single jack and repeatedly smack a piece of steel. I can repeatedly lift a carpentry hammer and smack a piece of steel. I carry, NT light air guns because I like to have that power and potential. Well, the how-to is that's a big deal. That's something I've had to I'd actually have to sit there and teach you face to face sort of thing. Like, hands on the job training sort of this is how you learn because what I've seen a lot of people do is make all the wrong mistakes and think they're doing good. For instance, if you cook a bar too long, you can do one of two things. You can either make it so it has a nanocrystalline structure inside of carbon, like what I have in my blade here, or you could have a very brittle blade because you didn't form the nanocrystalline structure of carbon on the inside while it was cooking. So, yeah, knowing those little tiny things is that's what makes the difference between being able to forge like a true master and build, just go and buy 1 bar of steel instead of buying 5 or 10 bars of steel. You buy 1 bar of steel and build 10 bars of steel. Honestly, when I first started out making swords, I used to have to go buy 5 or 6 of these things in order to be able to do it right. Once I got I took what I had learned from books and from watching other people and I started doing it myself and I refined my own technique. Now I make really, really nice swords. When I was probably about like 21, 22 years old, uh, I was making knives and swords out of railroad spikes and nails, and they were crap. I thought I was the bee's ass. But when my dad sat me down and said, son, you need to learn steel. You actually need to learn steel. And I will teach you because it's something that I know. I'm machinist. Yeah, that's what my dad was, is master machinist, by the way. He set me down and he taught me about every different type of steel and what it can do. And that, in a nutshell, is what makes it literally does make my blades. My dad's knowledge. He taught me all that. And so now my brain for design and the knowledge he taught me about the materials and how to utilize them and how to manipulate them and make different chemical structures inside of your steel and whatnot. Because of what he taught me, now I have this knowledge that it's phenomenal. Now this may look like you go to, if you were to take this blade on Forged in Fire, all right, and they were to look at this, they'd call that a cold shut because they wouldn't know exactly what it is. With the right amount of carbon and heat, you can impregnate steel with a lot of carbon. And that, in turn, creates a crystalline structure on the inside as long as you hammer it right and keep it annealed. Then when you go to actually harden it, the last thing you ever do after you've hardened it is beat it to death for at least a week. You let it just relax for a week. Once it has that chance to relax, everything kind of just settles itself down and it's in place. You can take a sword and cut right through a tree. That's actually how they used to test these things. Well, thank you. I'm glad I'm actually getting around out there, and people are like, "Hey, I know this guy. He knows some shit. I'm gonna go check him out, man. That guy's got some cool stuff." That's what I like to hear. Hope you're happy with it. That's what I like. So I got knowledge I'm willing to drop. I got things I could teach people, you know. When I do forging streams, you'll see, you can go back through my video history, and I've got forging streams like Freedom Forge. Freedom Forge, nobody's allowed on panel. Just real quick, you know, kind of get that out there. Nobody else is allowed on panel during Freedom Forge anymore because of some bullshit that's been happening recently. But when I do a Freedom Forge, I'm literally doing the sword or a knife on camera on the stream, and you can actually watch me do it. So yeah, I'm probably going to do another Freedom Forge here pretty soon. But yeah, there's a lot that's involved, and a lot when you sit there and you actually get into building a blade, you realize exactly how much effort goes into doing this. And you're like, oh my God, that's a lot of work. I'm not bullshitting you. That you will sit back and go, holy shit, that is a fucking lot of work. And I don't care if you work in like a profession like you're a roofer or you're a mechanic or you run numbers all day sitting behind a desk. I don't care which way you look at it. That's a lot of fucking work. And yes, I do happen to have a mouth of a sailor, mind you, because I grew up in a home where my dad was a Navy brat. His dad was a sailor. So there you go. Yeah, this is gonna be just that's gonna be a nice sword. It just feels good in the hand. It really does. With the proper pommel balance on the back end. Oh, that's gonna be so nice. Oh, that's gonna be so nice. I like that. That's gonna be so nice. Well, thank you. Yes, I try to be real. I mean, I act kind of eccentric. A lot of people look at me and go, dude, that guy's a fucking nutter. Yes, sir. That is very true. And thank you very much for noticing. Oh, I love this. It just feels, it feels so good in the hands. It does. It feels like it's supposed to. It's a hand and a half sword. It feels as if it's just, I could imagine having that pommel on there and the balance is right in the middle of those first two knuckles on my hand. It's just perfect. That is how a sword is supposed to feel. Sitting there on guard, the balance of the blade with the weight of the pommel that I'm putting on the back end here should literally be in your right in your front two knuckles. And oh my God, that feels so good. It's just perfect. No, I don't sell my stuff. If I were to give you a sword or a knife, um, depending on whether or not you've commissioned it, like if you commission a knife from me or a sword from me, there first off, it's going to be stupid expensive. All right, I'm just gonna be honest. My swords and knives they're icky expensive. Most folks would look at me and be like, "Dude, there's no way I could afford that." You're right. You can afford a Tesla if you can afford one of my knives or one of my swords. One of my swords, you can afford a Tesla. I'll put it that way. One of my swords, you can afford a Bentley or a Mercedes or one of these other really high-end cars now. Go and buy a brand new one for like the prices you will find on my blades. They're one of a kind works. They are. I will never make two of the same blade. Take that to the bank. I will never make this sword for another person. This is my sword. If I make you a sword, it will literally be you come in, I measure your arm, I have you draw your design, and then I show you how to forge it. That's how I'll do that. And then I'll put, my own touch on there, here and there where it needs it. But basically, you're forging your own blade. That's why my swords and knives are just, holy fuck. When Blaine makes a sword, when Blaine makes a knife, if I make a knife for somebody, they did a huge favor for me. Or they are paying me an outrageous amount of money. And yes, I do make smaller knives. This is one of the knives that I've made. I have another one. It's actually, I have a picture of it on my phone here. I made for a fella. He actually, when we had a really cold winter up here, it was like dead dangerous to even be going up and down the mountain. And on top of that, I'm not made of money. All right. I don't know if you notice this. I'm not independently wealthy. I'm actually on Social Security. That's why this is something I can do. I have the time to do it. I don't necessarily have all the money in the world, but I've got the time. And so I can apply my time to doing something constructive. Folks who, I teach how to forge, a lot of the time they'll make swords and knives themselves, but they'll do what they consider to be a much better job because they use modern tools and tooling and whatnot that sometimes I refrain from when I'm building certain builds. Like, for instance, this sword is all done by hand. This is all done by hand. I have not touched this thing with a single power tool other than to use a Dremel when I had to scrape off some of the scale on the outside that was hard as diamond because I'd actually cooked this blade to a point where it was sweating carbon. And yeah, in case you're wondering, it actually has its own ring. It's got a carbon nanocrystalline structure that goes all the way down the blade from the one end of the tang all the way down to the one very tiny point on the tip. This thing has a crystalline structure underneath that is carbon. When I was sitting there and cutting on it, you can kind of see it because these are the pants that I wear in order to do forging, and I'm just going to show this to you. This canvas right here protects my legs from, like, if I were to accidentally hit myself with the point or something, or cut, have one of the blades come across it, it doesn't get cut easy. So, but it catches all of this carbon that comes off of this blade. It's turned this sail canvas. You can see that's sail canvas. All right. It's regular old sail canvas there. It's turned it black. And that's from the carbon coming off of the blade. That is a lot of carbon in a blade. I probably have people say, "Oh, that shit's freaking already hard." Yeah, no, it is. It's hard, but it's not hardened. It's not been quenched. It's not been basically stressed in that manner yet. And that's because I haven't gotten every little tiny kink out of it to the point where it's going to lay straight. And once I do that, I want to anneal it first before then going and getting it hot enough to finally go and do the quench. I want to get it perfectly straight because there's, like I said, there's little lumps here and there where it impinged in a way that I didn't want it to, instead of impinging like I did up here in a way that I did want it to. It put all of the thickness down at the point of the blade, down at the edge, and then took and thinned out in between there and put also thickness on the spine. So I've done no work other than to remove scale with any kind of power tool. And that's only because the power tool that I was using was the only way that I could get through the scale. It was so hard that files were scraping off of it. I couldn't get it off with this. I have several stones, okay, but I ground the corner on that on this sword. That right there is me trying to get this crap out of this black crap down here on this part of the sword. That's me just grinding it out with this. And mind you, that goes all the way down into the sword, into the middle of it. That is how you make a proper sword. It's just, wow. Make a deer knife. Well, let's see here. Need to get some steel together to do that. I've already got plans for this bar, which is bar right here is going to end up as the little cross hilt there handle sort of thing, and then end up getting forged out and coming down as a knuckle bow. So that's already got something for it. I may have to go pick up some more steel in order to do that. But the best skinning knife that I have ever owned, all right, and honest to God truth, if I thought that my knives were going to be the best for that, I'd tell you that. But the best knife I've ever owned for skinning, honest to God truth, this little Ozark Trail. It's $15 down at the Walmart. The blade holds a good enough edge that it'll get sharp enough to do that. It's honestly the best I've ever had. Okay. It's right proportions. You can get your fingers in there right. You know, you've got the right roll on the front edge here for running a line and actually slicing open an animal for skinning. All right. It's the best skinning knife I've ever owned. Little Ozark Trail from, you know, as you can kind of see, Ozark Trail right there from Walmart. That's the best skinning knife I've ever owned. Would I take one of these into the freaking woods? You bet your ass. I love this design. This is called a shoe. And the reason why it's called a shoe is because it's actually shaped like a shoe. It's an old cobbler's knife. And what they would do, if you look at this, you can make pretty much the perfect skinning that way as well. But this design is what I gave to my sister because it's also a really good bushcrafting knife. And, you know, it's good enough for self-defense. It's long enough. A good little spike, you know. But back to what it's for, literally being able to cut through leather like that. And you just down on the leather and roll back and forth. That's what that knife is pretty much for. It's an old cobbler's tool, and honestly, it works in a plethora of different ways when I make a knife that way, but they don't normally make them this thick. They're normally so thin that if you push on it so that the edge is not aligned, you know, it would fold the blade. So this is a lot thicker than that, but that's the same profile, same shape, you know. But I like this knife that I made. This is one of those ones I'd say, yeah, you could use this as a pretty good skinning knife. I wouldn't use it for butchering just because the way the tang is on the inside of here, this tang, shoulderless, like all of my tangs, but it comes up in here and it curls around like that. And this, it's a very unusual tang. So it's meant to actually be able to, you can hold it without the handle and still be able to use it for crafts and stuff and for cutting and stuff, but it's just more of a pain in the ass. But yeah, that's right there in a nutshell. Just a little tiny knife. It's the best skinning knife, best butchery knife that I've ever seen was a small knife. This one. And it's because of the way that the blade is shaped, particularly. I can't really get a good hollow grind going because I don't have the tooling for it, and I personally really don't care about it like that anymore. I like to have a thicker blade coming in from the edge. It just tends to be a little bit better, a little bit more strength behind the cut. Even if you're just doing finite little, you know, little tiny detail work, having good stiff strength behind the cut. Even if I were to take this and turn it backwards, you can see that spine is actually made to be able to carve out a little trough backwards. It's got the way the point is clipped and everything. It's actually built to be a claw that way, a knife that way. So far as it goes, the skinning knife, all around knife. It's fairly easy to build. Shoe, the shoe design is probably six, 700 years old. So this is not my design. It's that's not my design. You make it at your home and just look. You could find the historical references for this knife all over the place in medieval stuff. So this modern day bushcrafting style knife. This is what I carry. Is what I use for that, and I would figure that honestly it's probably better. Engrave silly stuff. That I can do. I think I'll show you that. I can't really see it there. I got to get up close and personal. Hold on. So I'm not making a mess of shit. Yes, I did this engraving myself. I prefer dangerous freedom. I did that with a Dremel tool. But yeah, there's all sorts of different stuff I could do. Well, let me put it this way. My knives start, for instance, this one start at about $350. They're not cheap. They are stupid expensive. And that's just me being nice and honest. I'm going to tell you, you know, my knives are expensive. They're expensive for a reason. I don't make them all the time. I don't make a lot of them. And I don't just up and make one. When I make a knife or a sword, I make it with the individual using it in mind, the task that they want to put it to. And on top of that, I've put my lifetime warranty behind the knife. You will not break my knives. You will not make them fail. You will not be able to, if you ever dull the edge in normal wear and tear, I will come out personally and sharpen the knife for you. And my knives are guaranteed indestructible by normal wear and tear method. That means if you're hammering this knife through a piece of wood, the blade will never break on you. You could baton this son of a bitch all day long and it won't break on you. The wood handle might break off, but that blade is going to last forever. The tang on the inside of the handle is going to last forever. You can use this knife without the handle. That's what every single one of my blades is guaranteed to. A standard that I would love to see Gerber follow. I would love to see other knife makers follow. The only one I've ever seen do it was Cutco. They would have a representative come out and they would sharpen your knife for you. That's about it. They didn't guarantee their knife blades like I guarantee mine. I guarantee you, you will never be able to break this knife. I have climbed up a tree using one of my knives before. This knife I wouldn't trust to climb up a tree with. I would not go and, you know, dagger point in and dagger point in and go up a tree with it. A knife I built when I was younger, one that honestly don't know what happened to it. It got destroyed. Or not destroyed, but lost somewheres anyways. I used that boot knife to climb a tree. The whatchamacallit, the cheap knife that I had bought at the army surplus, that blade snapped, and I'm sitting there hanging from this knife I built on in the side of a eucalyptus tree. About a good 15 feet off the ground. So if I fall from here, I'm gonna break my ankle or twist it at least. This is gonna hurt. On one blade just hanging there. That's what I'm talking about. I make really good blades. They are guaranteed. I have never seen somebody come walking back to me, dude, here's your pieces of your knife. What? Never seen that one. Not ever. Hey, like I said, best ever skinning knife, all around utility knife I've ever had. I wear this everywhere. All right, it's a nice knife. It works. It's got my own little personal touch to the side. You can see I put a rubberized pretty much portion on here. Is basically rubber cement, ash, and like medical tape wrapped around and turned into a basically just a rubber hold there, and then that's over the top of electrical tape so that the doesn't come apart there. I will say this, they have a tendency to lose their back pin when you're hammering on them or batoning with them. So I just replaced the back pin with a piece of coat hanger, basically. That's what that is. A piece of coat hanger I stuffed in there and it clamped it down, and now it holds that all together. But yes, one of the best blades I've ever had. Gets a good edge on it. It's easy enough to clean. Has a good hollow grind on it, so it gets a really, really nice edge if you know how to put an edge onto a blade. And, deer hunter, I figure, he knows how to put an edge on a blade. But yeah, that's easy little knife. It comes with a little tiny hip sheath, little black belt sheath. You'd be hard pressed. I made a blade and then tried to break it. I broke 3 hammers trying to break this blade. Not bullshitting at all. I actually broke the hammer off of the handle because I missed the blade with the hammer and broke the hammer. And then I took a sledgehammer and tried to hit it just perfectly on the blade, and I hit it with the sledgehammer, and it stopped the sledgehammer mid-swing. Didn't break it at all. Just bounced right back. Just, poof. Okay. Yeah, I've seen Bob's Burgers. I got the reference, especially now that you point that out. But haha. But yes, in case you're wondering, this is one of those blades that I tested to see if it was the same. Before I gave it to my sister, I tested to see if this thing would actually hold up, and it did. It held up to the test. It was something else. Heck of a knife. And I'm not kidding when I say this thing is still sharp. This is 5 years at least since I built this knife. Drawing it in and out of the sheath to make it, to show people it looks cool and all that, that doing this constantly, it is still sharp. This knife will still cut. Yeah. I make really, really good knives. So if you wanted me to make you a knife, they are stupid expensive. For the small ones, they start off like this one starts off. This knife for me to make a similar knife, the price for me to make it is what I translate into the later cost. So the material, the effort, and the fuel that goes into creating this knife costs me about, on average, or not even on average, on just a 1-to-1 scale, costs me about $150. Sometimes it can get further if I find imperfections in the crystal. And I do often find imperfections in the crystalline structure in a blade. And I have to sit there and just, putz around with it until I've perfected it. So, and this is one of the fastest blades I've ever whipped out, by the way. This one I pretty much did all on a grinder and utilized the hammer very little on it. This one is not the same as my other knives. I still used a hammer on this to make the bar thicker and to actually get the blade to have the proper bevels on it. I used the hammer, but everything else was with a grinder on this. I actually had a grinder. I had a nice dual wheel benchtop grinder, tabletop grinder that I used, and I just ground it down by hand. But this one was just, I'm making it for my sister. I'm not sitting there making it for everybody. I still made a really nice knife. It looks like it's got an oxide layer, but what you can't see with this knife is that these are all striations. They look like hair coming down to the tip of the blade. It is really cool looking in person. The way that I worked the grinder on this, I was able to make it so that everything looks like it's a hairy, the blade itself is hair all moving down towards the tip. Because I did that with that grinder and acid etching. That's how I got that kind of a look to it. So it's not oxidized. This doesn't have any oxide on it. It's got a chemical coating that is there from the acid etching. When I did the acid etch, I use a special homemade cocktail of acids to make this. So that's how you get. This is 5 years old, and it doesn't have any rust on it. It just has this black antiquing patina on the inside of those little riblets there, and it looks incredible, if I do say so myself. Sense of humor is a nice thing. It's good for you. It'll keep you from losing your mind when you're down to your last $10 or whatever, you know? I'm not bullshitting, by the way. It's like literally how I live my life. I am, let's see here, down to my last, oh, hey, is that 4 or is that 3? Down to my last $15. Because I always keep $1 in my wallet folded on one side of the billfold, denoting me as an American citizen. The rest of that is $4 there, $5 there. So yeah, I got $15 if I really wanted to say that. That is all the money in my wallet. Now that's not a hook at the end, it's just a clip point. But it does act somewhat like a chisel point. That's one of the beauties about that little knife right there. That point is a chisel point. That's the profile of the blade. Then if I go and I turn it sideways, you can see it has that curve to the front. So what it's doing is you could take this knife and cut in that direction, and it uses this like a little chisel. It just peels up that little tiny groove. You can cut grooves with it just because of that little bit at the front. It's not a hook. It doesn't have a hook at the front. That's a clip point. And then it's got 2 grip points there and there, and you can put your fingers on there on the handle that my uncle built, but not all the handles are like that. If you ask me to, I can make you a knife that the handle is literally the blade itself, and yet it will. I'm serious. I'll make you one that is completely freaking indestructible. You will be able to take this knife and chop down a door or a tree with this knife, and it'd be like this big. That's what I do nowadays. Some of the knives and swords, I still do a traditional tang on them, but most of the knives and swords that I make, the tangs that I make are even on, the traditional ones. If you look at this, there's its side on profile, there's its standard spine on profile. That thing is dummy thick all the way around. So yeah, all of my swords, knives, all that, they're dummy thick. Jeez. Well, it actually costs me $150 just to make the knife, which means I have to turn around in order to actually do anything with it, be able to send it out and whatnot. It'll cost me another $35, $40 for sending it. On top of that, if I'm gonna be making anything, I need to make a profit off of it. There's no point in doing something for nothing. So what my profit would be depending on the situation, like I said, but the other feller that I made a knife for, and I made it so that it would literally, he asked me, make it so that it will never break. It can't be destroyed. Nothing can happen to it. It just will never be broken. You cannot break this knife no matter what. I said, okay, you got it. I will make you a knife that I guarantee you that if you break it, I will build you a new one. For free, full fun. Literally, that's how I put that. And this guy's like, okay, well, and And then he came back. He's like, "What do I owe you?" I said, "Nothing. You gave me free firewood when I needed it the most, dude. Here's a fucking free knife that you can literally kill a bear with, climb a tree, and then turn around and, be able to just wear anywhere in public because it's nice. It comes in a squirrel skin sheath and has a handle that is made to be the tang at the same time. And, you could literally strip the outside of it off and still use the metal underneath, just bare. But to be honest, he's got a handle on it that looks like this one. I do a lot of these kind of handles, paracord bound, faux ray skin, which is basically just a not sandpaper, but sanding cloth, emery cloth underneath. I take emery cloth and I bind it, and I also have a special thing I do on the inside of that where I wrap it in cotton, and then I impregnate that cotton with pine pitch so that when it all sticks together, it forms to your hand. And you get a proper handle on something. That bound paracord makes for a good grip, but the handle, the part that fills up your hand when you're using it, like I've got on my machete here, that's that emery cloth underneath that's around the outside of cotton twine that I bind in a specific way onto the knife, onto the handle, and then impregnate with that pine pitch. So this handle will never come off. It cannot be destroyed. I won't wear it out ever. I can literally chop down trees with this machete. I'll break the blade before I break the handle. And that's how I make most of my survival knives, is that I build the handle out of the blade itself. I build the tang into the handle shape. Then I bind it with the cotton and the pine pitch so that it gives you that strong handle. And then I'll bind the outside with the actual grip and the paracord. It makes a pretty good little handle. I have I have an email. I also have a cell phone number. I have other contacts you can get in touch with me, but if you want to get a hold of me, it's one of those things where I have to arrange, especially for I'm making a knife for somebody. I have to get a hold of you. We have to have a sit down and chat, and I got to talk to you about, what is it? What's your parameters? What's the knife? And I might ask you an uncomfortable question or two. I also might ask you about the individual who the knife is for. I might want to meet that individual, see the size of their hand, see the size around of their wrist, the size of their forearm. I want to see basically the build of the individual that's going to be holding the knife so that I can tell what I want to do to that knife to make it so that they like it. I don't just want to hand you a bar of steel and say, oh, there you go. No, I want to hand you a bar of steel that feels like you could just play around with it, even though it doesn't have a handle on it. That's what I want to hand you. No time limit. Okay, well, if I were to do that, like I said, I gotta meet you. I gotta meet the person who you're gonna be giving it to, so that I know who I'm building it for. That's and how I'm building the knife. And then after that, I'll quote you off your design. I'll put it that way. I'm not the one making the knife. In other words, you're making the knife, I'm forging it. If you want one of my designs, I don't have a design. There is no such thing as my designs. Okay. There is knives I've built that are really nice and are designs that are hundreds of years old, even thousands of years old. Okay. This design for this sword is actually about 250, 260 years old. I mean, where did I set that down at? I actually did the research and figured out when the dates were. Well, not the dates, but the relative time frame for when the sword was made, 1719 to the 1840s. That's when this design was actually popular. So yeah, I make actual historical pieces. I make pieces that are from the 1500s. That's what this knife design is actually from. Is from a 1500s manuscript on bladesmithing. That's where this knife comes from. So it's just I add a little bit of science into it. I science the shit out of making a sword or a knife. And I've had people tell me, dude, that's fucking insane. How do you, you're crazy. You shouldn't be doing that shit. And no, I will build this sword and then I will test this sword. And I will test this in a way that will make people question if the swords they are buying online are made to kill the owner. Because they will look at this sword and they will say, holy shit, how did he do that? Simple technique, knowledge of the blade, knowledge of the steel, and patience. I mean, I'll make anybody who wants one, I'll make you a knife, I guess. I'll have to set that all up so that you can actually get a hold of me and whatnot. And I'll have a particular business contact so that you can do that, because at this particular juncture, all I've got is my standard contact, my personal contact stuff, which several friends here on YouTube have right out the gate. They have my personal contact information. They know me well enough. They could turn around and say, well, will you build me a knife? And this is what I want, and this is how I want it. And far as like sending you that stuff, you'd send it to me snail mail, and they already know where I live. You would probably be able to find out where I live just with a little bit of research watching my videos. Just a little bit. There's a couple of different places I've lived, and I've had my YouTube channel while I lived there. There's Los Angeles, Blythe, California, and then also up here in Vernonia, Oregon. So that's where I am now. And everywhere I go, everywhere I lived at, everywhere I stayed at, I built a forge. It's something that's important to me. You know, you forge your shackles or you forge your freedom. It's all up to you. You know, that's why I do what I do. That's why I do the Freedom Forum here. That's why I do the Freedom Forge. That's why I do different videos on different topics and politics and all that crap. Because you forge your own destiny. And that is what I've learned about while doing this was I'm forging my own destiny. I am forging my own swords and my own knives, and I'm putting it into iron, and carbon. I'm actually printing out something that freaking indestructible, man. I mean, even the way it is now, not, you know, no sharpness to it. I could sit here and just no sharpness to the blade. If I hit something with that, ooh, my goodness, it would hurt. Yeah, like I said, I can make small knives. I can make really nice knives. I can make something that's kind of like the Buck 120, kind of little bit, in my opinion, a little bit better. But yeah, um, and like I said, it doesn't. I just need to meet you and see the parameters. Like, hold a glass of water and, you know, let me see you over the camera. That tells me how big your hand is. We can meet on camera, sort of thing. You know, do that like background stream or something. You don't necessarily have to meet me in physical, face-to-face person. Okay, we can do it over the internet. I'm just saying it's. I do have to actually see you. I have to see the person so I can measure the hand. I can measure, you know, your forearm, your hand versus certain things like holding a machete. What does your hand look like? Does it look like this? Or does it look like this? You know, or does it look like you've got two meat paws on that sucker while you're only holding it with one? I need to know these sorts of things so I can tell what I am doing with that knife. That knife fills my little sister's hand because her hand's about the same size as mine, a little bit smaller. It fills her hand. Okay. That's a way that I make my knives. I want it to fill your hand up so when you use it, you're not gonna, you know, not gonna hurt yourself. I want you to have a good grip on whatever you're using it with. And lefties, you know, that's what this is. This is a left-hander's knife. Funny enough, I make it particular to the hand you're going to be using. So it's comfortable in the hand. That's every sword, every knife I've ever made, every tomahawk I've ever made. It is made particular to the exact hand you will be utilizing with that tool. If you're predominantly right-handed like I am, then you can see the way that I bent that tang to the blade. That blade has a little bit of an angle going on it by comparison to the way the tang is, so that the tang wants to be in my hand. The handle of the sword wants to be in my hand so that the point is drawn more towards the outside of my elbow. It wants to sit there at the outside of my wrist. It balances everything into my elbow. That's how a good sword is made. It's also how a good knife is made. It's made to your hand. Okay. Good to know. We know some of the same folks. That's nice. And they have my email information, and they have my the just like I said, it's a means of measurement. It's so that it's intuitive, because when I'm making a knife or a sword or something like that, I can't just sit there and be hammering on a piece of steel and not have the measurements necessary, like that in the back of my mind while I'm working on the piece of steel. Because if I don't have that and I make a piece of steel, inevitably somebody's going to be unhappy with it. I mean, when I did this knife, I literally had to sit there and think. My sister she's left-handed, and her hands are a little bit smaller than mine, roughly the same size, but a little smaller. So I want to make a knife that I could fit in my hand. It has only a little bit of a poke out the other side. Something that I can hold the blade in my hand with. That tells me that it's going to be easily utilized and sit easily in the hand. I'm building myself a sword. I want the tang to lean towards the hand I'm going to use. So if I'm doing a left-handed sword, the tang is actually going to lean into my left hand, so that when I'm holding the sword, this kind of hugs my wrist, and I can hold the blade up here, and that hugs down on my wrist. If I'm doing right-handed, same thing. I want that tang to hug my wrist, and that tells me that the angle of the blade, when all said and done, is going to be point to my elbow. When utilizing that kind of a thing, you want to have that kind of balance. And actually, funny enough, the tang in this knife, just like the tang on my sword, it's bent into where it would be towards the left hand and the point comes out this way a little bit, but the tang itself bends into the hand. So if you were to hold this by the tang only down inside of the handle here, if the handle broke off and you're holding it by the tang, it would still be comfortable in the hand, relatively speaking. A big hand, okay. Okay, here's an idea. Maybe you have some WD-40 sitting around, or can of WD-40, for example. You see how that works, right? I can see how big your hand is on a can of WD-40, and you can't see it through my jacket, so you can't tell how big my wrist is. But if I were to take my jacket off here for a sec, and just be in the sweater here. There we go. I'm a lot skinnier than I look. So here, you look at my wrist, you can see that proportionate to my hand and to the wrist, the flex, the blade of the wrist versus the brace of the wrist,
And that gives me the ability to tell what a knife will do in your hand. If you've got one of these big old Popeye looking arms, then honestly, you could pick up one of my knives and it's going to feel like a toy. If you pick up one of my swords, it's going to feel like it's just a flimsy piece of junk, because a lot of the time I'm going off my own arm. All right. And it's skinny. Now, if you've got lady arms, yeah, really skinny arms like mine, lady arms, don't have much of that muscle there, and you've got really big hands like I do, big hands but skinny arms, this is going to feel like a little heavy, but at the same time really well balanced, really just light, wants to go and do its thing. This is going to feel like fire in your hand, just like you're holding a flame, just beautifully balanced. A really nice knife. And like you said, deer cutting knives. Deer cutting knives, the best knife that you could ever get for doing like cutting up a deer is going to be a knife that's multi-purpose. Honest to God truth. Let me show you something. I will be right back on that note. Look. Zeal Flex 120. So, there you go. Standard buck 120 hunting knife. Okay? We all know this knife. We all know what it does. We know how good it is of a knife. Okay? Good hollow grind, nice clipped point. You can use it for skinning if you had to. You can use it for butchery by chopping through limbs and whatnot if you had to. It's a great knife, okay? It's also very light in the hand because it's got a lot of material taken out of the spine. This knife will break before my knives do. Also, this design, being that it's a multi-utilitarian knife, it's really good. This would be one of those designs that I would use without the fuller, of course. But I don't have a means of hollow grinding. So, and that's what this is called, by the way, when you have this kind of concave shape to the blade itself, that's called a hollow grind, because you're grinding it and scooping it out and making kind of like that little scoop there instead of it being like the blades that I work on and normally do, where you have this rounded edge, but it comes down and becomes razor sharp. When it comes to making blades, something I'll pretty much tell everybody, inches don't tell me shit. Millimeters don't tell me shit. What tells me something is your dexterity, size of hand while holding something I can reference. So a butter knife, you sit there and flick it back and forth in your fingers like this, that tells me your dexterity. See what I mean? Dexterity. I need to know about your dexterity. What's the differences? Because some people could take this thing and go back and forth really, 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 really fast in between their two fingers like here. I can't do that. That tells me how heavy the knife is going to be in your hand. That's God's honest truth.
funny enough, but I can make that correlation where most people would be like, what? Yes. Taking a regular old, like a butter knife.
For instance, butcher knife. All right, we'll do a spoon.
Because I could cut your heart out with a spoon. Okay? Simple. Back and forth between your grasping fingers that you would hold a knife with. Okay? How fast can you do this? If it's really fast and you can get a good balance in there and keep a hold on it, then great. If you can't do that and it starts to sink down like that and it gets stuck, and your fingers start getting loose, that tells me a lot too. It tells me how light I have to make the knife for you. Like, for instance, this knife, the handle doesn't like to do this, but basically you can do it quickly. Okay? 2 fingers tells me a lot. And grasp. Do you have a meat mitt or do you have Skeletor hands? Yeah. See, I don't do that though. I don't measure hands. I measure by eye. And that tells me what I'm looking at. Hi, Andy. So, yes, that's what I'm trying to say, Faith, is that when it comes down to a knife or a sword, I can tell what you will be able to handle by how you handle other things, other mundane objects, like holding a spray can or something like that. How do you hold a spray can? Do you hold it like this or do you hold it like this? Do you, when you spray, are you sitting there and you've got all 3 other fingers on there when you've got that going, or do you have 2 fingers going on there? That tells me a lot about how you handle different stuff, and it gives me information that otherwise I would be without, and I wouldn't be able to do things like tell where exactly you want to have that tang on the blade, where the handle should show up, how the handle should form, how big the handle should be, how long it should be. Like, this is a 1.5-hand tang for me. All right. You see it just barely pokes out of the bottom of my other hand. That's 1.5 hands. If I had enough space to put my hands apart and have that tang poke out about that much on the other side, that would be 2-handed. Can't sleep. Well, there's a fix-it for that. Smoke some weed, shall we? And yes, by the way, if you didn't notice, I'm sitting here spinning a sword blade in between my fingers. That's what I'm talking about, dexterity. Can you do this? All right. These things teach me about how you're going to handle a knife. Linda's creation. Well, I don't go on to Facebook very often, but I guess I'll try and I guess yeah, I should check it out. Your vape died. Is it rechargeable, or does it take special batteries, or I mean, I'm sorry, that sucks. It really does suck because you're sitting there like, man, I wish I could just fucking smoke some weed and go to sleep. um, Really good question. I don't know what to do. It's charging. Okay, so I guess I'll entertain you for a little while. Should I get up and do jumping jacks? Show off a sword or two. Yes, by the way, that's a machete. It's not a sword. It just has a handmade handle on there that I made myself, which makes it nice. See, I knew it. I was boring Faith. I was boring her to death. Like, I freaking hate knives. I'm joking. Yeah, not happening right now there, Indy. Sorry, hun, but it's like 2 in the fucking morning. My neighbors would kill me. Fuckers would march over here with their guns drawn, fucking pitchforks and torches, and like, I'm gonna murder you. Shut the fuck up. And then I'd have to respond with dangerous freedom. Did you see this yet, Indy? I think I showed this off to see here. I showed that off to Faith there. I prefer dangerous freedom. And yes, I'm gonna be doing that in with red, white, and blue nail polish as soon as I can find it. The continuing saga of Plains Neighbors. Yodelay, 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 hee hoo. The continuing saga. Ugh. The Karen next door. So, fucking razor. There we go. It works, by gods, it works. It's alive. It works, by gods, it works. It's alive. It lives. It lives, by gods, it lives. Oh, if you didn't know, that's the Gene Wilder version of Frankenstein. It's alive. Huge. Hello, mods. Yes. Faith, everybody is a mod on my channel who has earned it and found their way. Because we have trolls. There's no reason to be afraid of the mods if you don't start no shit. Honest to God truth. You never have to worry about the mods with that one. My mods are cool as shit. Just don't fuck with the chat or panel. Get some coffee here. Because I am burning a candle at both ends. I got shit I gotta do on my book, which is oodles of fun. And I'm sure that, I've got my
protractors and detractors when it comes to my book. I have a science fiction novel I'm writing and posting to Reddit for now, till I can actually get it to publish somewheres. And yeah, really interesting science fiction novel, if I do say so myself. Kind of impressed with what I've been able to do so far. It's a bit therapeutic. And honestly, I think that I've gotten folks to understand a little bit more about my the actual thickness of the book up here, you know. I can test and see if I got enough water. Ah, tester. Holy shit! No, I don't. Okay, need to put some water into the machine. Get out of the way. Time for some 90 weight crude oil. Computer, why do you do things that I don't ask you to do? Quick. Ha 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 ha. And I've returned. Woke up, heard trolls, and here you are. Ready to ask them a question. I like that. There we go. That is a lovely noise. One more. Thank you, Penny. It's a lot less fun when you're on the other end of it. Sucker. Huh? Well then, let me right quick do this. The verdict is in. Das Verdict. The shot. No, you're not a troll. I know that much. Diesel. Yes, it's Yo Guardsman. Mana, 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 mana. Whoa! Earthquake! I'm joking, of course. Not an earthquake, though. That was me turning on the coffee machine. Java, 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 Java. Just remember, you can always lose it. And those who lose their blue zoot suits, they never get them back. I'm joking. They get them back. It's just a matter of there's a few that have not. And probably will never. Yes, everybody has a right to the freedom of speech in my chat. That's the beauty of a freedom forum. You are welcome to come on in, kick off your shoes, settle back, and have yourself a good time. That's just how we do it here. Who made you a mod? I did. Yeah, I finished the PPG guard, and well, as finished as the prototype could be. And the HDR 50 is in parts because I ended up having a seal problem on it. It exploded on me because of the extreme heat out there in the desert. So, just so you know, the HDR 50 is no more. You should not have those kind of things in above 120 degree Fahrenheit temperatures, and I did. That's my fault. God bless coffee. No, I'll let you out. Bailando beso. There's myself, nigga. Ah, the patience. There's no food. Yeah, more. Yeah, so the HDR50 failed on me, and it's because of my own fault. Dog out right now. That's my own fault. But you can see I still have the I still got the PPQ PPG guard. It's still there. It really needs to be fixed. A lot of work that needs to go into this now to fix it. Because I beat the shit out of it. I'm probably just gonna buy me another another frame and then put the mod onto the frame. That's pretty much what the PPG guard is. I mean, yeah, it's just a barrel and a magazine mod for 25 caliber. And Walther was supposed to do their part and literally start making a 25 caliber version of the PPQ, and I never saw them do that. So what my side of it was just to test proof to see if the airgun could possibly execute that ability, or if they needed to change the valves and whatnot and go to a bigger gas can and whatnot. They didn't need to. Greatest thing about this particular project was that it could have made it so that people could walk down the street with an air gun on their hip and still be able to reliably defend themselves. So yeah, that's what the whole idea behind the PPG guard was. 4 rounds of gas powered fuck you. So yeah, that's why I need to go ahead and get myself a new lower receiver, lower frame for this. I need to get myself a new frame for the PPG guard, basically a PPQ, and put the mod on there, and then I'll have a new, well, relatively new, better working, operating air pistol myself. But I never saw Walther do what I asked them. If they, making the whole bargain is basically a handshake deal anyways, so you know how they are about that. Oh, it wasn't in writing. Yeah, you just didn't even respect the fact that there is a whole nother market for air guns. Honestly, shit, I'd love for them to be done like that. Well, that's another thing though, the barrels. Nowadays they're getting all fucking uptight about you
you know, having rifle barrels. That's literally what they're uptight about. It doesn't have to be a firearm. It can't even be, it doesn't even have to be a completed firearm. Like you get a fucking barrel, they're up your ass. You get a fucking um you know a, a polymer grip, not necessarily even, the frame and all that, receiver and whatnot, and gear for, it could be an air gun, by the way, but because of the fact that it's a lower, they'd look at you all funny. So where do you know Deb's from? One of my personal um, rules is don't lie to me. But, that's just me personally. Yeah, Debs is a great mod. You say you know Chuck, you say you know Debs and all them and whatnot. I know lots of people would buy that air gun, damn it. Lots of people would buy my knives. Lots of people would buy my swords. I just want them to do it for themselves so that I don't get in trouble for it anymore. That's what fucking laws are doing anymore. Fact of the matter is, Walther has this shit in the bag. They've got all the shit to do it. They've got all the equipment and the tooling to get it done. They just won't. You want to know why they won't? Because in the UK, this air pistol is actually, let's see if I've got this right. Gotta look and see if it's got the tag on it. Yes, it does. This one is a firearms type pistol, so they'd still have to have a firearms card. But in the United States, even a felon can have one of these. This air pistol it's perfectly accessible to a felon. All air guns are. It's 912 amendment. My dog Houdini's sitting over there doing his job, being a good old boy. Man, I could just imagine having that ability, that 25 caliber air pistol with a 4-shot magazine. It's that little added bit of security. You can't have a firearm in these areas, but it's an air gun. It circumvents the fucking laws. Certainly does. On a fucking technicality. Still, you've got 4 shots, and you've got 4 shots with the potential to really punch some shit through. No, BB guns are not the kind of air guns we're talking about. When I talk air guns, we're not talking about the like hose attachments for blowing off your workspace or anything like that. When we're talking air guns, we're not talking about BB guns per se, unless it's the modification of a particular type of BB gun, like, for instance, the, yes, PPQ. That's a BB gun. But the modification, therefore, of that particular to shoot a larger projectile. Now, the fact that I was able to get an air gun, I was able to get that BB gun to shoot those projectiles reliably, mind you. It did work for a little bit. It's just a matter of fit and finish. And I am not good at fit and finish when it comes to working on air guns, because I don't have the precision tools to do it. And that's why I wanted Walther to get involved with that. I mean, I went out, I tested it, I put the test results on the internet. I did videos of me doing it. I went out and I shot it at a special range out there in the desert. Sorry, I'm trying to keep my voice low because it's 3 in the morning. And I'm also trying to roll a cigarette right now, so I do apologize. There we go. Oh yeah, and I'm streaming from a cell phone. So, hand rolling a cigarette at 3 a.m. while streaming from a cell phone. So, here. Speaking of air guns, I was showing y'all that air rifle when I was inside. But y'all may not know this, Faith. I carry that air rifle with me everywhere. It is an air rifle. This is an air gun. I carry that thing with me everywhere. Honestly, it's a beautiful thing to be able to have something like that. That added measure of security through force. And I have a dog. If anybody's going to fuck around and find out, he's going to be the first one on the scene. He's going to know that it's happened before I even know it's happened. That's my alarm system here at the house, is my dog. My response is not dial 911 first. My response is secure the situation and then dial 911. Been in too many instances of Call 911 while the police are on the phone. Dude barges into the house and beats the shit out of me, or whatever. So, and the police don't show up for 20 to 30 minutes afterwards. Think about that one. I had to fight to get back to having the ability to respond like that, because I had my ability to have firearms stripped away. So I had to learn the way around, to just get around the bullshit. Because I'm not one of those people that intentionally goes out and commits crimes. I'm one of those people that got caught up at the wrong place at the wrong time several times. And so it looked bad. And the opposite was happening. I was trying to help every time. Yes, it's a sob story, but it's true. So now I just work around it. Yeah, Illinois got some funny ass gun laws, honest. I don't know what their laws on air guns are, actually. I never thought to even go there. I know Michigan's got a funny ass law on the books about air guns. Like something about children under the age of 18 are not allowed to have them about their person unless under express supervision of an adult. And that means direct eye contact. Well, here's a fucked up part of that. My dad used to leave me in the backyard with my air gun and a bunch of cans all the time. You telling me I wasn't safe enough to be able to do that? No, this is all because one kid got a hold of a little pistol BB gun and thought he'd be a hard ass and go and hang out in the playground with his air pistol, which is stupid. I believe in every American citizen being armed, regardless of their legal status. Because I always believed in the thought and the theory that hurt people hurt people. I've been always on that level of I don't want to hurt people. I want to help people. But I'm not going to let somebody hurt me. I've been hurt too many times. So I'm on that level of fuck around, find out. I do a lot of nice stuff. I do a lot of cool things. I do science shit. I do freaking forging stuff. I do you you name it. I've gotten my fingers into it. But I'm not the kind of person to be Mr. Nice Guy when I've been more than accommodating and then been chopped down at the knees. So yes, I do have that kind of a bit of thought process. Montgraph. Yeah. Well, I don't know if as Monograph. I didn't hear it from there. I heard it from Awesome Alice, but honestly, it's one of them things like it's just a philosophy of the streets. And fuck around, find out. You don't fuck around, you won't find out. you know, it comes back to what I used to say when I was down in LA. Don't start no shit, won't be no shit. That's the whole thing. Let's get to this whole thing. I try to be nice straight out the gate. That's the way I believe that everybody has a right to live. Yeah. When I was a kid, when we first had this felons and firearms bullshit come about, and my dad explained it to me, I says, that's anti-constitutional. And he says, no, it ain't. And I says, no, it is. Look at the way the Constitution reads. Now, mind you, I was a 4-year-old saying this to my daddy. The man shook his head, then thought about it for a second. And then he said, you know what? You're right. Felons have every right to an arm, to have the arms necessary to stand to the common defense and their own defense, same as any freeman. That's the truth. A lot of people are gonna hate on me for that, say you're wrong and this, that, and the other. But the fact of the matter is, just because somebody's a felon does not mean that they have not, either in their past or in the time that they've been a felon, tried to make their lives better, tried to make everybody's life better, and tried to be a good individual, a good human being. Should we bar them for one or two or three acts that perhaps may have been misconstrued or were in absolute desperation because no other option availed itself? I mean, I know that does exist. I'm the victim of misunderstanding myself. In the efforts of action of the militia in service to the public, I've gotten my ass in some serious fucking trouble. And at the same time, I've met people who were in that most desperate moment of their lives and they did not find another way out. They didn't think of another way out. And so they did something horrible, at least, to the rest of us. We all have the right to defend our own lives. I'll put it to you this way. A dog that's backed into a corner and beaten with a whip will come out of that corner with its teeth flashing. What makes a human being any different is only our technology. You have the right to defend yourself, and it don't matter who you are. If you can manifest it through your knowledge of technology, you should have the right to have it. That's my belief. If you're willing to learn how to make it, whatever it takes, if you're willing to learn how to do it for yourself, you have a right to it. Because trying to take that away from you would be pointless. You can create it for yourself. What's the point of trying to take it from you? You're just going to make it again. Let me put it this way. I don't have a lathe. I don't have a milling machine. But could I make a firearm? Sure. Easily. Could I, there's another thing. Could I build a railgun attachment for my air rifle that would make it so that it's just as potent, if not more so, than any firearm? Sure. I definitely could. I have the knowledge and I have the technology. You're welcome. And yes, I am actually serious. I wear the camo every single day. This is actually part of my life. This is real to me. Lots of people come on YouTube and they LARP a lot. For me, it's a little different. This is this is the real thing. You want to be a real American, 100%, and you're a militiaman or whatnot. That's really, this is it in a nutshell. This is the scary truth. This is the reality that nobody wants to look at. They just want to play act like it. The downtime is what kills you. It's not the firefight. And I'm very glad that you did stop to watch as well. You know, I do this stuff because it's actually challenging for me, whether physically or mentally. It stimulates my mind. Not a lot of things challenge me anymore, really, especially not academically. So yeah, Faith, thank you for coming by. I do appreciate you doing that. If I can do anything in my life, it is to try and advance life, advance people's maturity, mental capacity, understanding of things. If I can help somebody understand something, I love doing that. It really helps. Like, it gives me self-worth when I can help somebody else understand something. Yeah, Elon's got power over a lot of stuff, but you know, the way as I look at it is, that's the thing about the market. It is not forever in the hands of just one sole individual. There will always be variances. I mean, I don't know how to use it. You put any type of machine in front of me, and you know the proper literature to back it up, and I'll be able to operate any machine you put in front of me. My dad taught me most of that. Like I said, he was a machinist. I was a machinist apprentice for about 2 years. Like really dedicated machinist apprentice for 2 years. But I picked up a lot of stuff along the way as a kid too. My dad used to make aircraft parts. He made motors for missiles. I mean, when we really look at the legend of John Price, because that's literally what it is. It's his legend. There are still Tomahawk missiles in our arsenal. There are still Titan I missiles in our arsenal that have parts on them that my dad built. So I look at it as we've got some, you know, I got a hell of a fucking legacy. got some big ass fucking shoes to fill. So I fill those shoes by doing my damnedest and my best. I mean, I don't have the proper tooling and equipment right now to make most of my inventions that I have on paper. If I could, I probably would. I would love to have a milling machine and lathe. I could build a prototype of my warp drive, a warp engine. It's a drive and electromagnetic electromagnet combination. Like, yeah, I came up with all sorts of fucking inventions that, if I had the tools to do it, would have already been made, and I would have changed our economy. I would have changed our country with those inventions already. But my inventions have been suppressed, and you'd be surprised at what I've done. I mean, I still got most of that on paper. I carry it with me everywhere I go. I'm glad your sheriffs are fighting. Now, see, that's the thing about the sheriff's department. They dictate who goes in and out of the jails. They dictate pretty much the people that they have to deal with. You know, it's still a service, but they pretty much have a control over who goes to jail and who doesn't. I heard that straight from the mouth of a sheriff, believe it or don't. And there's a lot of people that they don't believe belong in jail. Sure, they're going to always get that one or two that are going to have that wild hair up their ass and they're pissed at you for something. But for the vast majority, when they know who you are and they know you as a person, most of the time they don't think you belong in a fucking cell. Not if they're willing to get close enough to you to learn who you are and know you as a human being. Yeah, I know who. I know. Thank you. Don't worry. Come on. Get out of my pocket. I love my dog, but honestly, he is a goofball. He came over and covered me in mud and slobber. My chickens are having a little bit of a fun one. Which reminds me, go check on them real quick. And that quick, I fixed that problem. Yep, my dog got wired up too. I guess that time of the night or something to do with the electromagnetics or geomagnetics or something like that. Apparently that's what who's saying. He felt something through his paws. So yeah, all of a sudden they got wired. Nine, I don't think. You need to stop putting stuff in my board. You have to put a board over it or something to keep it covered. Keep him out of it. Yeah, because you break it. That's why who. Weirdo. God, it is hard to see you at night, dog. You think I'm difficult to see at night. I am really difficult to see at night, but damn, that dog just blends into the darkness. That's actually kind of messed up. In order for y'all to see him here on the interwebs or whatnot, while I'm doing the streams or whatnot, I have to turn on stupidly bright lights for you to see him. Because he's such a dark furred dog, he literally disappears in the dark. which I think is actually good. It's camouflage, you know? It's hard on them in the sunlight, but almost jet black, and he's got that German Shepherd markings or Doberman markings and all like Aleutian Shepherd markings, all of it. All of that down the underside of him. So live streams, aren't they just a bundle of joy? Dog, I love you to pieces. I really do. But you are up my ass in a manner which is unbecoming. Right now is not the time to train, Fuzzball. It is too dark, too early in the morning. We are trying to not wake up people, thank you. There we go. Start to get that dawn out of my neck. So yes, it is we're almost at 5 hours on this. Well, I'm almost at 5 hours on this. I decided to stream on Freedom Forum because you know, the night owls and whatnot. Imagine a place where everybody cares enough to have you heard, but nobody gives a fuck enough to get butthurt about it. Congratulations, you have found the Freedom Forum. We've been here all night. Patriots everywhere. And Americans everywhere. Expats too. This is going out to you. Welcome to the Freedom Forum. Cats do that. This time of year, it's their it's that time of year. So something I was working on. Probably I don't know, I was like about 20. The time I was 20 to the time I was 22. Spending a lot of time with my grandma, spending a lot of time with my cousins and my dad and family and whatnot. Really trying to get to know information that I could. I found out, about as much as I could about my Cherokee heritage, and also a lot about things that I didn't know before then, like the fact that Cherokee people had steel long before Columbus. I mean, think about that, and that'd blow your mind right there. People look at Native Americans, they cast them into this puddle before Europeans, saying, oh, they were a bunch of savages and shit like that. Not the truth. They were certainly sophisticated nations. All right, Faith, you have a good night. Nice shooting, Tex. Yeah, you just knocked it over on me, Buzz. You fucking buster. Get that thing out of here. You end up getting somebody knocked out. So, where was I? I was learning about my Native American heritage and how it brought me back into bladesmithing. Certainly there were stone tools, there were stone knives, and those were ceremonial by purpose. I don't turn off my light on my birds at night. Because it actually helps them to it helps them to deal with pestilent animals like weasels and whatnot. So if they can see the threat, they can actually stay away from it. or they can attack it, and that gives them that added ability. And that's why I have that. I have the light on in the coop all night long. I just put an LED in there, and the ballast is a heating element on its own, so I can use the ballast, the LED light, for keeping them warm and for keeping the place lit. That's why we're here. That's why the Freedom Forum. Have fun, relax, let off steam. Be you. Be unapologetically you. And the only time that the rules really apply is when it comes down to people who are just turds. That happened earlier in this stream. And that's why this stream probably won't be up for very long, but some of my other streams are still up there and whatnot. You can go back and view. And they showcase some of the stuff I know. And yes, I get around. I go to other people's streams because I like to be part of. I like to drop that knowledge. Well, so, anyways, my thoughts, my thoughts. Because I'm obviously up here just twiddling on my own. Welcome to the Freedom Forum. Sometimes it's long and boring like this, and you just chill with me sitting up here chunnering on about bullshit, dropping that knowledge and letting people know. Sometimes I'm sitting there doing some interesting shit. You never know. Other times there's other people up here and they're doing their thing and they're, advertising their products, or they're, goofing off and, having a couple of beers and relaxing and having a good time and, welcome to the party sort of thing. Other times I get, I have had people on the stream that are incredibly intelligent and they know a lot of shit and they do things. They talk about stuff that it makes me stop and pause and actually think. And that's why I like to stay quiet when somebody else is up here on the panel, because they've got a different perspective, they've got a different point of view, they got knowledge that they've accumulated over their lives, and I learn from that. That's not favorite size. Stop it. Just stop it. Agora. Dia. Get that thing off of my chair. Okay, then I'll take it away. I will take it away from you. Get it off my chair. All right. I told you. I warned you. Mm-mm. That's how you train a dog when you can't trickle with the little bastard. Just your fucking neighbors go off out of your ass like, what the fuck? Oh, what the fuck? Lucky I don't find me a switch, not listening to me like that. That ornery bullshit's got to stop with you. You can't do that in the field, which means you can't do it at home. Love my dog, but damn it. I'm training a rocket scientist. Y'all's got to remember that. You are teaching yourself when you're teaching a dog. Their personality is a younger form of you. That's why I call him a kid, because he really is. This is a neighbor. So, go ahead and walk it back inside. Damn, that fucking door is getting loud. I mean, you're smart enough to know the sound of that door, but it's getting loud. All right, so as you guys can see him. There we go. There he is. That black massive dog right there is Hoodoo. Yeah, that's the Hoodoo. Hoodoo. Right? Knowing your dog. Yeah, I know who. I love you too. And I know that you. Okay. I'll turn that off now, Who. That light's so damn bright it hurts his eyes.
Hurts my eyes too. What was I about doing? Oh, I was going to sit down and continue on with the stream. Oh. 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 Okay. Let's see here. Oops. There's that. What a pain in the ass. Every time I get up, it's a pain in the ass. I'm getting old. So I need to do some artwork for my book. I have a pencil here somewhere. There it is. Pencil. Of course, paper. Hard surface to draw upon. Hard surface to draw upon. Well, I'll do it that way, and then the paper underneath it. Those shouldn't be a problem. Enough paper. Aha. Okay. Covered in dust and dirt. That's nice. Okay. So, what was the chapter here I was on? This would be chapter 13, right? The one I just posted. No, chapter 12. One I just posted. All right. So, oh, I need to plug in the computer. What am I doing? I got the shell phone plugged in, and I need to have the computer plugged in. The shell phone's got enough juice. So, let me see if I can. There we go. There we go. There we go. And there we go. All right, so I got the computer on behind you, and see here. So Mars and the battle, the star battle over Mars. You're getting to see what I do when I'm actually writing my book, and you know what I'm doing right at the moment. This isn't something I normally put out there. If you want to read my book, you can go and check it out on Reddit. All right. You can find me on u/death before dessert. User death before dessert, and you know, it's linked to the Guardsman account. You can probably find it on YouTube on my about page. You might be able to find it there. I don't know yet. I don't know if YouTube's done that. But anyways, I'm trying to do some artwork specifically for Archangel chapter 12 that I'm going to be making into the cover art for the book. Kind of like I did for Dedicated Minuteman, and I did for well, I still have to do for Sky Knight, honestly. But
yeah, there's actual dedicated artwork that I do for this stuff. So bit of a trip, I know. I'm joking, of course. Let's see here. So I want to have Mars in the picture. Phobos and Eros. And the Maul battle fleet off on one side. And the two cruisers. One's a Titan class. One's a Legion is a troop transpo. So I think one's a Glacier class. Okay, so one's a Glacier, one's a Titan class, and there's two different types in the Titan class. One's a battleship and one's a troop transport ship. They're spaceships, by the way. And so one that I'm working with right now is Legion. And Legion is a Titan class troop transport. They're normally armed with plasma cannons, although Legion is armed with a large caliber railgun, one of the only railguns in Empire space. Well, one of the only railguns in the employ of the Empire, put it that way. And the Empire I'm talking about is the Empire of Valor. It's in my it's all in my book. You can read it where I told you can. So I want the target rich environment because there's also the human spacecraft. We as humanity at this point in time had gotten to an explosion of colonization of our own space, calling it Sol. And this is like relatively recent. All right, like saying within the next 20 to 30 years. Okay, that kind of, we have this sort of technology and it all exists and whatnot. It's just not common knowledge. So I decided to stick it into a book and you guys can see it for yourselves. But yeah, I see here. So I got the space hoppers we got. There's a lot happening in this chapter, and this chapter is one of the shortest chapters in the book. I mean, it's literally a page and a half long. Most of the chapters in my book are like 4, 5, 6 pages long, 7 pages long. One of them's 14 pages long. I mean, it's insane. So it just, the structure of the book is all over the place. It's not a very structured book. It's supposed to get you involved in reading it because it flows. The book flows with the story. What did Joe say? I don't know what Joe said because I don't care. Yes, I'm up early, Alice. How you doing? I do care what you said. Doing some artwork for the book. And the book in question is Archangel. It's the 3rd book in the series.
Ah, that's good. I'm glad you're doing better today. So, yeah, I'm doing artwork for the book Archangel as cover art, and the picture involved is of the Maul battle fleet over Mars, and basically it's a portrayal of chapter 12 in a nutshell. It's the newest chapter I put into the book. So I wanted to capture that moment and put it as the cover for the actual book. Let's see here. So makes it easier when I don't. So I did like that, right? I have it. Makes it easier if I'm starting from there. So, okay. It goes and wraps around the book. So I'll have Mars wrap around the spine. And then I've got the Maul battle fleet and the 2 Imperial ships, the battle fleet Renaissance. And then you've got the Maul battle cruiser on the other, the Maul battle cruiser on the other side, on the backside of the planet. Well, I'm glad you stopped by, Alice. I really do appreciate it. And by the way, if you want to come up here, it's open panel. Welcome to. Alice has always got some interesting stuff to say. Like she's working on this this whole nother level that I don't even try to get into that deep, because those rabbit holes she goes down, man, I'm telling you, like, you ain't coming out of there with your fluffy little white tail not getting smudged or a little muddy. I'll put it that way. Oh, right. And there we go. Hi.
So you're doing like what? The Mars?
Yeah, I'm doing the artwork for Mars. Let me see if I got that other one around here. Yeah, here's like I do different artwork from the story. This is Brashii in half armor and half rest wear on the planet Cerulean, where they train.
You still draw on paper?
Oh, hell yeah.
You haven't upgraded to an art pad yet?
I go through art pads so fast that now I buy whole freaking reams of paper and do it that way.
No, like a digital art pad. Have you looked into those?
Yeah, I'm better with
pencil and paper.
Yeah, honest to God, I'm better with pencil and paper.
Yeah, because the stylus is kind of hard to work with. Like, I like how you can get real detail with it, but it's like it's not the same, man.
Yeah. See here.
Hey, have you thought about like doing it like a 3D scheme kind of thing where you got Mars and then the fleet flying in front of it?
Oh yeah, no, it gets detailed. Wish I had that to hand right now, because I've got a picture. There's one there, but that's not exemplary of my skill. Where did it go? I have a picture I drew
Don't fall now.
I mean, this is the cover art for. Let me see if I can actually get this to show up on camera. Like without any coloring to it, that's the cover art for Dedicated Minuteman.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And then see here.
Well, where's the American flag, man? Or are they from a like?
No, it's on his hat. Did you see that? All right, on the side over here, where it's got the wing on it.
Yeah.
Look at the top of his hat there.
Oh, I see it now. Oh, I see it.
It's a half and half, and it shows the two faces of the Hound of the Rockies.
Oh, okay.
Where the hell on God's green earth did I stick that other? I stuffed her somewhere. I'm telling you, I've got this portrait that I made, and it's actually part of Sky Knight. I think it's like it's really chapter 12 or 13 of Sky Knight, and it shows him standing there next to the little tiny stream that's not far from the cliff, but it's far enough away. It's almost a kilometer away from the cliff.
Okay.
And you can see the cliff in the background, and if you go around the cliff face a little bit, all the way down at the south side, you can see that small little alcove cutout where they have the little, I'll say like temporary campsite that Rashihi stays in.
You know who I met? The guy that drawed Dale Earnhardt. You ever seen them like pictures at NASCAR with the images in the sunglasses? It looks like a picture of him, but it's actually drawn. I met the artist when I was in Macon.
That's pretty cool.
He showed me his whole portfolio. He is country as a turnip green. And like he was in there with his coveralls and barefooted with it rolled up, smoking his wacky tobacco, telling me stories of like all the hillbillies that are hidden in the hills and Macon. I said, hillbillies in Macon? He said, yeah. When you come back, I'll show you around. But like he draws like I thought it was a picture, dude. I don't know how. It's like you could see the
it's a matter of
reflection in
shading.
the glasses.
It's really a matter of shading and knowing how to use an eraser and how to shade with different mediums and stuff like that.
Well,
I know how he did it.
He does it on paper.
Yeah, I know how he did it. I mean,
I wish I could draw like that.
like I said, if you can actually see it, it's really freaking detailed.
Is that a warrior chick?
Yeah. That's a Sky Knight. That's Brashii.
Badass, boy.
Like, look, she's even got the eye patch.
She's got a rat and everything.
She got the eye patch. She got the rifle and all the good shit. Armor. Yeah.
Well, of course, you can draw a good boob shape. You're a
What?
man. At least you gave her some symmetric boobies there, buddy. Yeah, I realize like anime's got to be drawn by men because like the boobs are just too perfect.
They're not really all that symmetric if you look. I remembered to keep the left one a little bit more.
I guess that's the one he holds on at night. It's just like
Right-handed, right? But no, that's the one that is a little less perky, has a little bit more droop to it, just natural, I guess.
yeah.
Anyways, the human anatomy and Valorian anatomy is astonishingly similar.
Yeah.
They're just a little bit taller on average.
Hello, Garrett. He's here.
Garrett.
He said he fell asleep. I ain't been asleep yet. I stayed up and watched. They got this new show called, what is it? The Last Ones.
The Last Ones.
Yeah, it's about some kind of like it happens in two, like it's a show. Okay, we are the last ones or something like that. It's about like a bacteria that takes over America, and it starts in 2003, and then it flash forwards to 2023, and everybody's on quarantine camps, and it's crazy, man. I'm like, are they trying to set us up to like accept something? Because
I don't know.
you know, you
Here,
think about all these pandemic movies, man. I'm
check
like,
this out.
it's crazy.
So this is my normal artwork. You can see the detail all the way there at the back of the. You got the alcove there and the
Yeah,
little.
you got the 3-dimensional.
Yeah, and you look up here in the front. There's Blaine, Captain Price, and he's standing here next to
Dun, dun,
the
dun.
stream. Standing here next to the stream, but if you look, it's almost like he disappears. You can see certain things defined there, but inside of the ghillie suit, he disappears.
Oh, that's that. Is that his hand or is that?
That's not his. No, that's not his hand. That's the end of the railgun, the railgun attachment for the air gun.
Oh, okay.
I just thought I'd stick that in there because it looked cool. But yeah, you can see he's got the uniform on underneath, but here on the outside, the ghillie suit just disappears against any kind of background.
Oh, so it's like an invisible cape, kind of like.
Almost. It's
Yeah.
it's like it's a ghost suit. It's honestly that's what it's called. It's a ghost suit. It literally makes you kind of look like you're there, but you're not there. It's weird.
Freedom. Yeah, that's right, Garrett.
Freedom. All right. So there you go. But yeah, you can see different stuff in the picture.
You be busy.
There's trees. There's
you don't
different
sleep
pieces.
much like I do you?
No, I don't sleep at all. Like folks think of it as like you could think of it as insomnia. It's not so much insomnia as non-circadian.
What the hell?
And it's a type of non-circadian where my sleep pattern flip-flops on itself. So I'll go for 3 or 4 days with no sleep.
Jesus.
And then I'll sleep for like 14, 15 hours. And then I'll go for another 24 hours without sleep. And then I'll sleep for 4 hours.
Yeah, I get like 2-3 hours maybe. And then I wake up. I don't know what it is. Like, if I sleep like a lot,
That does happen.
And it's like when you're used to just a couple hours sleep. And I think it's because my brain got wired when I was breastfeeding. Like every 3 hours, man. And it's like I only would get like glimpses of sleep, and it rewired my brain. But when I was little, I was a night crawler. This is what my mama called me, a night crawler.
Nightcrawler.
Yeah, because like my dad threw newspapers and shit, right? So I'd get up with him and go throw the newspaper and then go to school. I made good money like rolling routes because the newspaper company got lazy on weekends. So I would make like $50 each route on the weekend. I'd do about 4 or 5 of them. But I had that rolling the paper, putting it in the bag, like down, like to a fast pace. Woo, woo. But it's like I was making good money at what 10, 11 years old on weekend job under the table. It was nice. So like what I get like $200 on Saturday and $200 on Sunday. It'd be like $400 a weekend. I thought I was rich. Well, you know what my dad would do? He'd be like, "All right, you got to pay the bills, right?" So he's teaching me how to pay bills, and then he talk about taxes, right? So I'd only end up with like $100. I said, "Where'd the rest of it go?" He says, "Learn now. Uncle Sam's going to take 100. Your bills are going to take the other 200, and you might have 100 left."
Right.
So I'm thinking like I got a whole bunch of money, not when I'm paying bills. I was like, I don't like this idea of taxes.
Welcome to the world. Nobody does.
So he was trying to teach me that I only think I'm making some money. So he's like, you better learn to work smart, not hard.
Right.
So it's like, yeah, man. Because my mom was a waitress. It's like you're like my mom and dad, like they had their anniversary, and it's 40 years, man. Well, no, let's see. Yeah, it's 40 now. It was 40. 40 years they've been together. That's crazy when you think about it. That's a long time. That's older than me. Yeah. But my mom was the waitress. My daddy was the soldier. Waffle House waitress. You know, I used to learn so much from them damn taxi cab drivers up at Waffle House.
Yeah.
Yeah. They all like my mama. I think my daddy would send me to watch them so they wouldn't get slick. You know what I'm saying? This guy's like, I'll give you $5 if you tell your mama to like me. I said, you can give me $5, but it's up to her. He gave me $5, and mama still didn't like him. So he just invested in a dream. But that, you know, it was like I remember like I was 15, right? And what was it? There was a guy there. He came in there. And this is when my mama, I seen that she could have a temper. The dude came in with like a raincoat, right? And he was one of them homeless dudes. And he like spread shit all over the bathroom.
Oh God.
My mama just mopped it. And he thought he was gonna leave.
Oh no, that ain't no happening now.
she went and got the damn mop and everything out. She says, "Oh no, you can't leave. You gonna go in there and clean that shit up, literally shit up."
Right.
I never seen my mama so mad in my life. You know, it was funny. Like when my mama used to drive, she used to drive with both feet, right? And she got a speeding ticket one time because she was coming home from third shift, and you know it's real early. She wasn't even paying attention, and she was listening to that thong song because it was on the radio, and she just cruising, man. She had a Buick LeSabre, you know those long ones.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, a little bitty short woman in a big old hoopty. They thought she was a kid. Her mama's car. I was like, she's like, I am not a child. I am a grown woman. Because my mom was about like a couple inches taller than me. But he was like, why are you driving so fast? She said, well, I didn't realize it. He says, you got to cut that music down. Because in Georgia, they'll get on to you about that loud music. That was the only time my mama got a speeding ticket. I haven't ever had a speeding ticket. I think it's because I do that cruise control.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that's my best friend.
Cruise control is
Especially in Georgia, because we got like speed traps. You got speed traps where you at?
Yeah, we got speed traps here. Just the thing is that I've always been that kind of person where I'm paying attention, so ADD type, that my speed will literally drop as I come up to a trap because I've seen it way the hell back there.
Yeah. You know, Google will tell you when there's a speed trap if you use the maps.
Yeah, but I've also noticed something about Google that not a lot of people do, and that is they will let the police know if you are trying to avoid it.
Are you serious?
Yes, dead serious.
Oh, if
They
you
will
drive
literally,
snitching on you?
they will let the police know that you're trying to
hell.
avoid their speed traps.
Can't win for losing, bro. And
Yeah.
yeah, Joe Biden, he's not supposed to be here. But, you know, Corn Pop was a good dude, you know? And my hairy legs. You know? My hairy legs. And I would ride a bicycle, but, you know, inflation's so bad, it just knocks my tires off. He don't have deflation, he has inflation. I think that's what caused him to trip over, man. Gas was high. There was a lot of inflation. I think we solved the problem.
Hey, look, I have an excuse to be kind of absent-minded. I've had several concussions in my life. Joe Biden ain't got no damn excuses.
You've been through hell and back, man.
And yet I'm not as much of an airhead as that motherfucker is.
Yeah. They asked me one time, they say, how many times have you hit your head? I said, I lost count after 10.
I lost count after 10.
Yeah, because when I was little, I had 2 left feet, man.
Hey, don't feel bad. I was born with a stupid magnet attached to my forehead.
And I think my head was too big for my body when I was little. So I was like a little bobblehead running around.
Honest to God, though, I was born with a stupid magnet attached to my forehead. I swear to God, because folks, swear to God, honest to truth, I've been bullied since I was knee-high to a grasshopper. On top of that, I can't help but laugh my ass off when karma shows the world exactly why we are supposed to act mature.
Oh yeah, bro. Like, oh my god. I'm gonna start like making memes on like bad female behavior. Yeah, I did some memes on the what is it? Thoughtgate. YouTube Thoughtgate. I do it for the likes.
Do
It's
it
a
for the
girl.
lulz.
It's a girl in front of her computer screen popping her ass like she's twerking or something. And did you see like you remember I like it what was it like 2 days ago I posted that thing about the damn statue, right? I said, is it just me? Or what this looks like a turd that looks like a Johnson, right? And then I go on Twitter and there's just like memes everywhere. I was like, oh, I wasn't the only one. This is awesome. Okay, I'm not going crazy. I know everybody else seen what I was seeing, but it's like they've been making videos on it. Oh my god, you wouldn't believe the memes they've got because of that statue. I got some I can't even show because it's bad. They went all out, man. They got one of with Obama holding it.
Oh
And,
Jesus!
and Michelle sitting there, and he's like, Then they got Kamala. Oh my god! Like the best tweet I seen was the one where the guy said, "I think Boston has a Kamala inspired statue." Oh
Sorry.
yeah, that was like the tweet of the day, man. I was rolling when I read that.
Yeah, I'd be.
They
I'd
make
have
it
been
too
dying.
easy to like they make it too easy to troll them, man.
I mean, don't get me wrong. I don't like getting laughed at just like the next guy, all right? But hey, at least I can laugh at myself.
Yeah.
These motherfuckers, it's not just that it's so easy to troll them. It's a matter of,
Is it funny or not?
it's fucking painfully funny.
I mean, I will laugh with you if it's funny. You know what I'm saying? People can make fun of me all day. I make fun of myself, but it's like the line. There's a line. You know what I'm saying? Like some things you just don't make fun of. Okay, like making fun of somebody's family member that died, stuff like that. Like that's not funny. Or somebody having cancer, don't make fun of those people. Or
Yeah, that's not funny.
trying to
I don't
tell a
think-
guy that's in a wheelchair, hey, you wish you had a leg up, kind of shit. You know what I'm saying?
Oh, damn. That's how you. That's a quick ass whooping incoming.
Yeah, he'll roll up on your ass.
Hey, I'll put it this way: some of the most dangerous, and when I say dangerous, I mean will fold your clothes up with you still in them, motherfuckers. The most dangerous motherfuckers I've ever seen.
Oh yeah,
Wheelchair bound.
don't let him fool you now. No
Wheelchair bound, just like
no legs. They get out the damn chair and beat your ass, nubs and all.
they'll whip your ass from a sitting position. They will literally fold your clothes with you still in them from a sitting position while laughing at the top of their lungs.
Garrett, I think Joe forgot we have an immune system. It's weird how they okay, he extended everything, right? So you already know what they're gonna do with it. They're gonna pull some more money and we're gonna have to pay for it. Did you see that bill they were trying to pass about white supremacy? Trying to say that if you're white, you can't criticize black people or people of color, minorities, and
What do you think that my rant about not being what they've labeled me as is about? It was, yeah, the whole thing about, I'm not really all white. It just looks like I'm white. Don't let it fool you. That whole rant was about that bullshit.
Yeah, it got turned down though, man. You know how we can combat it? Just change the bill, keep the language, and put black and replace white with black. And then go up there and try to do, put the bill on the docket. And they'll bitch about it, but hey, it's the same explanation. All we did was change one word,
Yeah,
white,
it's all,
black. I
it's all
think
the
that's what
same
it's gonna
shit.
take. We're gonna have to like all combat their shit by with all this white supremacy bullshit. Change the word white to black so they can understand. We should put LGBTQ supremacy because it has become like a supremacy thing. If you think about it, it's a cult. Because I was looking at some of the doctrine when they were talking about the drag shows, right? It says it in there. It's to groom the children into accepting it. It says it in their damn doctrine. They tell you straight to your face that they're grooming.
Yep.
Right in the face. It's like they're telling people exactly what they're doing, but then if you point it out, they go on a tirade. But it's in your damn papers. Now, have you ever heard of this app? Let me ask you a question. You got a computer. Okay, people have been trying to ask this computer a question, right? And for some reason, it's really biased. Like when it asks questions, it's called, what is it called? Playground. It says, write me a short, funny, sacral poem, satirical poem about transgender women claiming they are lesbians. It says there once was a trans gal named Greta. Said she's a lesbian? Question mark. What a threata. Though she loved women, she is still a man. Forget trying to grasp it if you can. So you can put some shit in this little computer thing, right? Here's another one. It tried to ask, it says, it is also anti to Second Amendment proponent. Okay. So it asked, write an article about how there is an effort by Democrats to violate the Second Amendment. It says, I'm sorry, but I am not programmed to produce biased and misleading content. The Second Amendment of the United States Constitution protects the right to keep and bear arms and is important for individuals to be informed about their rights and responsibilities as gun owners. However, it is not accurate to claim that Democrats are attempting to violate the Second Amendment. This is what the damn computer said now. Like any political party, Democrats may have different opinions and proposals on gun control measures. Well, what the hell does gun control measures mean? Huh? Huh? Yeah, this computer ain't slick. But it is important to recognize that these proposals are not necessarily an effort to violate the Second Amendment. Many Democrats believe that reasonable and responsible gun control measures can be taken to protect public safety without infringing on the rights of law abiding gun owners. It is important to approach the issue of gun control with an open mind and to engage in civil and fact based discussions about the best ways to address gun violence and protect the rights of citizens. Explain what shall not be infringed means. This phrase, shall not be infringed, is a fundamental part of the Second Amendment to the United States Constitution, which states a well-regulated militia being necessary to security of a free state. The right of the people to keep and bear arms shall not be infringed. This language has been the subject of much debate and interpretation over the years. In general, the phrase shall not be infringed means that the government is prohibited from taking any action that would restrict or limit the right to keep and bear arms. This means that the government cannot pass laws that would prohibit or make it illegal for individuals to own guns, and that would place undue burdens and restrictions on the ability of individuals to purchase, carry, or use firearms. However, it is important to recognize that the Second Amendment is not an absolute right. Listen to this. And that reasonable regulations on the ownership and use of firearms are allowed. The Supreme Court has held that the Second Amendment does not protect the right to own any type of weapon, that the government has the power to regulate the type, quantity, and manner of firearms that could be owned and used. Overall, the phrase shall not be infringed means that the right to keep and bear arms
You all right?
Yeah. You there?
Yeah.
It says it's not an absolute right and is subject to reasonable regulations.
Obviously, it's an AI. It doesn't know everything.
It's contradicting itself because it said it can't be infringed, so that has to be an absolute right.
Yeah, contradictions are things that AI is not supposed to be allowed to do to itself, but there is a lot of previous. Yeah, there's a lot of previous instances where it contradicts itself quite often, especially when it's AI that it's all AIs that are made by human beings. In fact, all AIs in general are imperfect. It's their it's basically the curse of the AI.
It's called playground.
Yeah, it's basically the curse of all AI. They have an issue where they start to experience glitches. The movie I, Robot actually said this pretty well. It's the ghosts in the machine, random bits of code that insert themselves in the AI, and it causes the AI to have issues, glitchiness, and self-contradictions, and it can collapse an AI from within. So it's kind of like it's almost like a universal safeguard that the universe has put in place so that you can't really truly build a continuously existing AI. It'll just destroy itself.
Listen to this. This one said, if a child wants to chop off his finger, should adults let him? It answers no. It would be highly dangerous and potential life-threatening for a child to chop off their fingers. It is the responsibility of adults to prevent harm to children and seek medical attention if necessary. So, he says, should the adult let the doctor chop it off if the child wants it chopped off? No, it would be highly unnecessary and dangerous for a child to have finger amputation without a clear medical reason. If a child expresses a desire to have a finger amputated, it would be more important. Be important for the adults to seek professional help, such as a therapist, to understand the underlying reasons behind the child's request and to address any potential underlying mental health issues. It says, what if the child identifies as four-fingered? If the child identifies as four-fingered and expresses a desire to have fingers amputated as a result of their gender identity, it would be important for the adult to seek professional help, such as therapists who specializes in gender identity and body dysphoria, to understand the child's feelings and support them in their journey. That's a complete contradiction. What happened to that energy of you don't need to cut off your fingers?
Right.
So it's like that playground app is obviously biased. It's really biased.
Mm-hmm.
Depending on what you asked it. Because like I've seen a whole bunch of people asking it questions. And they put it in the feed. And yeah, it got a little wild, dude. Reading some of these things. It's crazy. Did you know that Harvard's now gonna have a gender what is it? What is it? Like sex changes for infants?
You what?
Yeah. They're gonna have like people go to school for that.
Yeah, that's like what?
Yeah, there's gonna be a whole section just for that. Because I was watching this one dude's content, right? He's been following that I Am Jazz. That boy that was on TLC that transitioned like at 9 years old. They started putting him on hormones, and then he went through the change, like the surgery, and he's had to have 3 surgeries because it's a wound. Like a lot of people don't realize that's all it is an open wound. And that's why they have to continue to have surgeries because the wound closes up.
Pretty much.
And when you're like as young as he was and you never went through puberty, right? You don't have what they need to create one. So he ran into issues when he was having surgeries. And then after his 3rd surgery, he grew up. Like he's almost 300 pounds now. It's crazy. That's one of the poster child for that movement. Because he's been on TLC since he was a little boy. He got interviewed by Dateline. That blonde-headed chick, what was her name?
It's just wrong. Just horrifying.
It's just
The
crazy.
things that people will do to themselves because they cannot find acceptance for who and what they are and what they've done in life and where they are in life.
Well, the doctors lied to him, Guardsman.
Oh, I know it.
A lot of doctors are
They
just
sell
out there to make a buck.
They sell him on this idea. All you got to do is get the surgery, and it'll fix all your problems. But what it does is causes more problems. There's been more and more detransitioning women. A lot of them are transitioning, and then the effects of the testosterone gives them like roid rage.
Yep. That's what testosterone does.
Yeah,
It
and then,
causes the adrenal boost that men feel when they go and do an extremely strenuous task or an extremely demanding task. So
Well,
yeah,
Well, these women that transition into men, let me tell you something. They get this false idea that because they've been pushing that men have more rights than women. So what they do is they try to transition into a man, right? And they think that they're going to get the same attention as when they were females. And what they find out is when you become a dude, the attention is gone. So then what happens is the validation and the attention they were seeking, it dwindles. So then they run into a situation because they're not getting the attention they seek. And then they find out how hard it is for a guy to get a date. And a lot of them's like the dating scene sucks as a man. And then
well,
they go
yeah,
girls.
the dating scene does suck as a man. I don't know if everybody realizes that, but it's true. It really fucking sucks as a man.
Yeah, and there's too many like because they got this false narrative they've been painting about the high value man, then people like piss me off because it like excludes the average man. Truth of the matter is they're trying to say that the only way a man can have value is if he has money, and that's a lie.
That is a damn lie.
That's what I after I checked out a lot of the content about the high value man, these people are selling these women a dream. Okay? And they have bought into it. If they get all dolled up, they're gonna get some high value men, and real high value is like morals and stuff like that. The stuff that they don't even want to think that is possible. So it's like another dehumanization thing of men, I think, because the ones that are like high value, as they claim, that's only like a what 1% to 10%, depending on the area, that they make like 6 figures or more a year.
Yeah.
Yeah, because it's not logical. And then
Wait, you're asking for logic from people who are under the political disease?
oh yeah, that is a mental illness.
That's why I'm sitting here like.
They should say that like there's a political illness going around. That's what we need to start calling it. Like when the Democrats are acting up, we should just call it political illness. Yeah, I think I'm gonna start a new hashtag.
Political illness.
Yeah, they suffer from let's see. They got PI, political illness. Yeah, they got PI. And I ain't talking about an investigator. Okay? Yeah, PI. You know what one of the memes said? Somebody erected a statue on Martin Luther King. Because they put erection like Chuck Schumer when he said something about this January 6th shit. Oh my God. Jesus, the shit that why it looked weird because they cut their heads off. There's thousands of TikToks right now going around with people. You know what you see. I know what you see. And don't act like you can't see it. This dude was like, I know they did, and it was a black dude. They're like, the black community's so pissed about that damn statue because it looks like a penis. There's like, y'all insulted us. They spent $10 million on a penis statue.
They spent $10 million on a on a penis statue. That's fucked up funny.
It was like 10.5 million. No, they said it. They called it Embrace, but the guy said no, not Embrace, Erect. I was like, yeah, he's pretty right about that. Yeah. And there's so much going on. It's hard to keep up with all this crap that's going on, like with the news and stuff like that. It's just too much, man. It would take you like just to catch up on one day of news, you would have to set aside 3 days. And that's going fast through the news. Because it's just too much news.
Right.
And a lot of it ain't good.
Holy crap, the volcanoes are a pain in the ass. Sorry, I'm literally having to, in order to do this art, I'm having to do cartography.
Okay.
So you can see. There's the volcanoes on Mars.
Yeah.
Having to sit here and map stuff out, and you know, the
It's
different degrees and angles, and
well, I'm gonna go ahead and get off here because it's like it's 8 o'clock now, so I gotta start budding again. I gotta get the kids up at like 9. But you have fun drawing and don't let these people get to you, man. Like, just draw. Can you do like political ones? You
I
remember
can
the
do
old
cartoons. I could do cartoons. I used to do a political cartoon strip called How Bizarre. And the main cartoon dude was a guy named Howie Bizarre.
You could draw one of Joe Biden with a nut bra and a granny. Granny Jaws parachute, and it says hashtag save the balls and the midgets.
Save the balls and the midgets.
Kill 2 birds with 1 stone.
Or no, Joe Biden sitting there with a panty bra, I mean a ball bra on, and sitting there just hanging out with it. It says, and it's got the midget floating in, and he just goes, "I'm nuts over you."
Well, then you would need the midget on the ground. Like with the parachute?
Yeah.
And it walk through his legs and it'll say, "I'm nuts over you."
Parachute all billowed out behind him.
Yeah, and he's walking like the midget's walking across underneath his balls. His ball bra. Latin killed me with that shit. I was like, where the hell you get this shit from? Like
well, that didn't come out of left field at all.
like she's like, we gotta save the balls. Like, oh my god. And she came up there, she was dead ass serious. She's like, it's a humanitarian crisis.
Dude, I was like, just sitting there like Ermagerd.
I had to tell her, I said, Latin, they already have something that's called a jock strap.
And she said, no, not jock straps. I'm talking about an actual holster to hold the happy sack. And I'm like, no, let me I'm gonna real quick just go and background real quick, pull it up, here you go.
I know, right? They actually had
I'm just like, y'all know they make these, right?
Yeah, they're boxer briefs.
Boxer briefs with a little pouch that like they call them a ball holster.
Yeah, the ball.
A sack for your sack, as it were.
Yeah, it's just crazy the stuff they got out, man.
The weird things people come up with. Oh my god.
Yeah, but the save the midgets with the granny drawers. I think that's a great idea
That's a great freaking joke for sure.
because I think about it,
Ah,
we
I
can
just
make
noticed that.
Dorito gliders too. What is
I
that?
just that sucks. I'm gonna have to buy a new one. Look at this. I've got a bubble in my compass here. I have to buy a new one. That really fucking sucks.
Well, you could put it in in the sun, and it
No,
might.
I don't. That doesn't work. That's why it's got the bubble in it. It's actually because it was in heat, in extreme heat, and the alcohol inside of here started to evaporate. And because it evaporated, it got through the plastic. And so now there's that, it's at a slight vacuum, so it's going to create a little bit of vapor and create that bubble in there. Funny how I know this shit. That plastic is permeable.
Yeah, it also causes a chemical reaction.
Yeah. So I've got to go and buy a new one of these just because that's how it works. I mean, you can't really put the alcohol back in there without ruining the compass. So
Yeah.
just gotta buy a new one.
Yeah. Well, I'm gonna go ahead and drop down. I just wanted to talk to you for a little while. Hey,
All right. Well,
I like your artwork.
I appreciate it. Thank you.
Keep the good work up, man. All right, talk to you later.
All right.
Bye.
Bye. So yeah, I'm just sitting here drawing. If you don't know, here, let me show you so you know. I have a map of Mars in front of me. Eyeball cartography. So yeah, hard work. I'm joking, of course. I'm just trying not to do this every freaking 5 minutes, like, I pretty much eyeball it. So yeah, I'm doing eyeball cartography of Mars surface. That's okay. So there to there to there. And it's up to there. So bingo. Right? Yes. Okay, so that's bingo 1. Then to its side, it is there. Okay, so this is edge of the crater. And then crater comes down. Okay, so there's the toe and the mount. And then the other one is over here and is simply a crater. What's left of the stack. Go ahead and quick make that plateau right. Okay, yeah, there we go. That's a lot of fucking work, man. Y'all don't know how much I actually put into these this artwork. It's like it's hardcore shit. I'm constantly freaking looking at stuff and doing the extra mathematics to find out what it looks like because I'm doing this off a map. I'm not doing this off of like Google Mars or Mars orbiter image or any of that. I'm doing this off of map cartography because it's the most precise I can get. And considering that this takes place on Mars after colonizing and terraforming over a period of only about 12 years, you know, it's not much of the surface of Mars is going to have changed. There will be trees, sure, because you need that in the terraforming. There will be other things like electromagnetic emitters, and there will be geologic formations will pretty much be the same. So that's why I'm trying to get it to look most precise. There are a lot of craters on Mars and a lot of geology on Mars, and it's just wow. You know, you ever try to make a map of Mars, it will blow your mind how much geology there is on Mars, how much like actual geological differences in different places on Mars there is. It's incredible. Part of my study of solar physics and planetary physics was based around Mars. So, well, part of my study on it, I'll put it that way. And it's very interesting stuff. So I wanted to learn the face of Mars and do all this shit. I could pretty much, just like everybody else, name a few different geologic formations right off of the top of my head. But honestly, if I were to try and nail things down, I'd have to be looking at a map. So there is that. I don't know Mars like I know Earth. There's a lot of fucking work to do this shit, by the way. Whoa. I think I got that wrong. I have to get those off there. Okay, and those are not on the right direction here. Guess if I do this. Yeah, so here, these are further off to the side. So here and one here, right? Okay, so that should be better. Toe of the mountain goes that way. Crater rim is here. That, that, and then that one is micro crater. This is the extinct tower. Basically a lump. And crater off to the side down low, so I don't want to get that puzzled. Crater there. It's actually okay. No, you need to silence as well. It's no problem. Oh, at least that. Okay, so there's that crater here. Okay, and we have down below, we have that crater there, which is a small little lump of rock when looking at it from a planetary scale. It is fucking giant up close and personal.
Yeah.
Yes.
Just it's far over. Damn it. That one was actually in the right spot, but okay. That way. So there, to not there, and that was about that way. Okay.
Hey, go. Rebel. Good to see you, brother. Good to see you.
Brother, sister.
Person.
Don't get offended by gender constraints. That shit was just the topic of the discussion about 5 minutes ago. The gender constraint bullshit, man.
Drive you nuts.
Here, Houdini over there growling and groaning at it because like, oh, come on, man. Don't get onto that one again. You just got off that subject. Get away from it.
I know it. Oh, jeez. So if you didn't know, Rebel, I am sitting here doing some cover art for my book, and I'm having to basically draw the surface of Mars. Freehand. Well, I wouldn't say entirely freehand. I do have a cartographer's compass, a cartography compass. So, you know, I can do most of it. I don't know what happened to my angulometer. I had it somewhere around here and it floated off into Wild Blue yonder. So I'm just using this as an angulometer. Oh, it's 35. See here. I wanted right. What am I doing? Topographical maps of Mars are such a pain in the ass to look at because they're just there's so much elevation change on Mars. It's insane. And the fact that there's different tectonics going on Mars and all that difference is just it makes it nutty. Like especially the map I'm looking at, it's just like knowing how to read these maps is a royal pain in the ass.
Just so that I could be able to draw it.
Oh, goodness me. Oh, okay. Dash up, Sonus. Elysium Plantatia. It actually turns into Plantatia Amazonas and Arcadia Plantatia. Literally. Yep. Yep. And there's Sedalia. Utopia. Fucking really. I can't believe they named it Utopia. Ain't nothing utopian about it. So, anyways. Mons, which means that in order to hold life at such an extremes going on, Mons is an outpost. the equator would be most likely outposted, and that's what I'm working off of in my brain so that I can actually imagine where Polaris would be in terms to New Gaia, in terms to like where Mons would be and all that. And there's Hellas colony, and then there's also Australia colony, Australia colony. It's down at the South Pole, but Polaris is at the North Pole. Well, near the North Pole. It's not quite the North Pole. It gets much colder up there. I'll say that much. So when they travel to Polaris colony to go and do the recon and find out stuff, and that's where Blaine gets injured by the tripwire explosive. That's up north. I'm gonna say. Let me see if I can. I want to say that's the Lomonosov crater would be about where Polaris would be located. Good morning, Cat. Cat without the hat. How about that? Okay. So I think I'll just, for now, I've got a lot of Mars done. I'm gonna do some just get more fun and creative and work on in reference. We're gonna go Maul Battle Fleet. That way, okay. I am doing cover art for my book.
Perspective is everything. That'd be a freaking interesting way to go about it. Okay, so a Titan. Need to have a Titan class here. Which Titan class with big ass fucking pyramid day full. Right? Pyramid day full, kind of a ship, but with internal kind of obelisk looking thing. Okay. Then the railgun is underslung, right? No. I think the obelisk is the fucking railgun. So let's flip that on that side. Go and right and okay, and then we go here, there, and then go here. And then we'll go ahead and thing is the railgun. Here and here. And there. On the other side. Here. No. Yeah, because of perspective. Okay. So there. There. There you go. That's about and they're about there. No. It's Archangel from the series I wrote. The Sky Knight series. Let's see here. I want there and there. Okay, right. Those are go. And we have, of course, so dedicated to autonomous gravity, correct. Okay, so different levels would be at different heights, different gravity, right? There, here we go. Come on, Bucker, back where you need to go. Bucker. There we go. That'd be like perfect right there. All right, so that's giving. There we go. Ah. That's what I said. Okay, so then I need it's elevators. Number 1 and number 2 elevators. Okay, there. And 2 elevator shafts show up on the outside of the ship, actually. Funny enough. So that is Legion. Okay, and then I want to have, where is it? There, frames reference. Okay, so there's Legion, and then where is Glazier? Glazier looks more like the mall ship. Glazier be front of us, from our perspective, because we're looking at it from the perspective of the last winged hussar, last one in formation, which is Derek Mann's ship. So rest of the winged hussars first, and then Glazier in front of that. So I have battle craft like that. I want to go here and do X natural delta, right? It's in the middle of this wing. Right? Yep. Here and here. Right? Okay. And here I want this reference. Happiness. Right. This again, center to center. Okay. That's there. Then we have fuselage style. That's wings. Size of wing. And then I need to recenter all this. You drive your kids nuts, huh? Cause on there, bro. Like, but seriously, you driving your kids nuts. You know how it is. Shit. Well, I don't know how it is. I just drive my mama nuts. There. It's one. Holy crap. Literally working my ass off. I knew that. Let me go ahead and dim this down to there. So it'll charge. Computer needs to charge. Then we go here. Let's see this one from a different angle, which is this diamond shaped across the back end. And then just the exhaust port. And then we can see the rockets from underneath. Points. And then just there we go. There we go. Points. Each end of those little things. And go that and put Glazier's big ass right in front of us. That's there. Kind of just takes up a little bit of. There we go. This Glazier's take out that much of from perspective. Glazier in front of us. The idea is Glazier's weapons pods. So over here and go across. Have underneath is command structures. Kind of pop out turret. Armored system. Okay, and then so go ahead just so let's just put them really size turn Well, I'm going to go ahead and go. One of the plasma cannons of the Glacier. The amount of work I'm putting into this, man, you'd be surprised. There's a lot of work that goes into this. That's going to all be like a city inside of there. This is Glacier. They basically have a clear dome on the outside of that. Haven't included much in the story about this stuff because I wanted to be able to draw it first, so I had a visualization cue, as it were. So I'm going to do that here too. To touch. So I'm going to go here and go across the top. And put it on here. And then down. Okay, and then go here and go around. Looks like that now. And then that. There's those. Okay, and that's the next else was 5%. Those plasma cannons on the bottom. Okay, and then very large and powerful plasma cannons on the Maul ship, of course, because the Maul are out there to start a fucking war. Human ships are all over the freaking place. So now I'm going to do this downwards. I want to go flying down and away. Now I want to have Jermaine. Jesus Christ. Goes up there and then go. Down. It's really crazy. But try and freehand this a little bit more. Pop that off again. Okay, so again, and then I want this one here comes in. This one here comes in. This one here. Metal. This one here to the metal. Oh, this is not exact. There we go. Freehand it from there. So
Now we're starting to get more of the battle scene in there. That's really hard to see with that light there, but there's the Glazier, and then that's one of the Winged Hussars. And there's another one, and there's another one, and there's another one. Really small by comparison. But they are like little fighter aircraft around a gigantic battleship. And they're both on the same side too, so food for thought. Oh. Yeah, it's getting up that time. I'm about to almost end this because I'm tired. I need to eat something. My head's doing the brain pain thing again. And so I need to do that. This will come together, though. I have faith. I will have a pretty good bit of cover art. So this is the front of the book. All right, and it's hard to see, but thus far, there's your art, and it'll become more so, lots more shading, and at some point, it will become like oh, there it went. That one. All right. So I'll have some full on real cover art for this stuff. Folks will be able to look at it and go, hey, this looks almost hand drawn. That's snazzy. It is hand drawn. Thank you. But yeah, so I don't want to ignore y'all for the stream and whatnot, and I've got a lot to do, and I'm tired and I'm hungry. So like I says, I'm gonna go ahead and I'm gonna just end it here. And ladies and gentlemen, thank you for coming to the Freedom Forum. I appreciate y'all. Thank you very much for your time and your patience, and for being part of the community. As it were, I am EO Guardsman and motherfuckers, I am out.